வண்ணமய குதூகலம் வானதிரும் கொண்டாட்டம் கலைகளின் சங்கமம் கவிஞர்களின் கைவண்ணம் வண்ணமய குதூகலம் வானதிரும் கொண்டாட்டம் கலைகளின் சங்கமம் கவிஞர்களின் கைவண்ணம் எண்ணங்கள் தொடும் உயரம் விண்ணளவு நாம் அறிவோம் ஒன்று கூடி எல்லோரும் கொண்டாடுவோம் ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி
ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி இதுவே விஐடியின் ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி ஓ ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி
நாமெல்லாம் ஒரு குடும்பம் விஐடி நம் குடும்பம் உலகெங்கும் பரவி நிற்கும் விஐடி நம் குடும்பம் வேந்தரெனும் தலைமையின் கீழ் செயல்படும் ஒரு குடும்பம் வேந்தரெனும் தலைமையின் கீழ் செயல்படும் ஒரு குடும்பம் மனமகிழ்ந்து எல்லோரும் கொண்டாடுவோம் ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி இதுவே விஐடியின் ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி வண்ணமய குதூகலம் வானதிரும் கொண்டாட்டம் கலைகளின் சங்கமம் கவிஞர்களின் கைவண்ணம்
ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி ஓ ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி ஓ ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி
பல வண்ண பாடல்கள் மயிலாடும் மாட்டங்கள் பளிச்சிடும் திறமைகள் ஒளிர்விடும் சிகரங்கள் அதுதொடும் உயரங்கள் என்றென்றும் நிலைத்திடும் அதுதொடும் உயரங்கள் என்றென்றும் நிலைத்திடும் விண்வியக்கும் ஒரு சொர்க்கம் இனி இங்கே அமைந்திடும் ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி இதுவே விஐடியின் ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி வண்ணமய குதூகலம் வானதிரும் கொண்டாட்டம் கலைகளின் சங்கமம் கவிஞர்களின் கைவண்ணம் வண்ணமய குதூகலம் வானதிரும் கொண்டாட்டம் கலைகளின் சங்கமம் கவிஞர்களின் கைவண்ணம் எண்ணங்கள் தொடும் உயரம் விண்ணளவு நாம் அறிவோம் ஒன்று கூடி எல்லோரும் கொண்டாடுவோம் ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி இதுவே விஐடியின் ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி ஓ ஃபெஸ்டிவிட்டி
This song is presented by SparkX Music Band.
கைமகள் பிறக்கின்றாள் தமிழர் கொண்டாடும் சொர்க்க நாளிது நல்லதோர் முதுமொழியா நக்காலி பொழுதினிலே தமிழர் கொண்டாடும் சொர்க்க நாளிது உள்ளமும் உடலும் வாழ்க்கையில் வளர்ந்திட கைமகள் பிறந்து விட்டாளே கவலை கஷ்டங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் மறைந்திட கைமகள் பிறந்து விட்டாளே காற்றோடு அனுப்பிடு. நேரம் நல்ல நேரம், மாற்றம் புது மாற்றம், புது மனிதன் உன்னோடு உருவாகட்டும். மார்கழி விடை பெற்றால் தெய்வங்கள் பிறக்கின்றாள். தமிழர் கொண்டாடும் சொர்க்க நாளிது. நல்லதோர் முதுமொழியாம் காலை பொழுதினிலே தமிழர் கொண்டாடும் சொர்க்க நாளிது. உள்ளமும் உடலும் வாழ்க்கையில் மலர்ந்திட தைமகள் பிறந்து விட்டாளே. கவலை கஷ்டங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் வரைந்திட தைமகள் பிறந்து விட்டாளே. வேரோடு வேராக வளரும் பயிருக்குள் ஒன்றி வாழும் உழவனே. நம்பிக்கை விதைக்கின்றாய், கனிகளை விளைவித்து பிறர் வாழ உன் வாழ்வை தியாகம் செய்தாய்.
This song is presented by Spark X Music Band.
மானங்கருக்குதடி மின்னிருட்டு கம்முதடி, மானங்கருக்குதடி மின்னிருட்டு கம்முதடி, மேகம் உருளுதடி மாறி மழை பெய்யுதடி, மேகம் உருளுதடி மாறி மழை பெய்யுதடி, மானங்கருக்குதடி. காடு காலனி எங்கும் களையெடுக்க போற புள்ள, காடு காலனி எங்கும் களையெடுக்க போற புள்ள, என் மனச பறி கொடுத்து உனக்காக காத்திருந்தேன், என் மனச பறி கொடுத்து உனக்காக காத்திருந்தேன். காலங்கடத்தாதடி காலங்கடத்தாதடி, என் கண்ணே என் கண்மணியே, நான் உனக்காக காத்திருக்கேன் பொன்னே என் பூங்கொடியே. காலங்கடத்தாதடி என் கண்ணே என் கண்மணியே, நான் உனக்காக காத்திருப்பேன் பொன்னே என் பூங்கொடியே. மானங்கருக்குதடி மானங்கருக்குதடி மின்னிருட்டு கம்முதடி, மானங்கருக்குதடி. மனசெல்லாம் வெள்ளையடி கண்ணு ரெண்டும் ஜொலிக்குதடி, மனசெல்லாம் வெள்ளையடி கண்ணு ரெண்டும் ஜொலிக்குதடி, வச்ச கண்ணு நோகாம ஒன்ன பார்க்க தோணுதடி, வச்ச கண்ணு நோகாம ஒன்ன பார்க்க தோணுதடி. காலம் கடத்தாதடி காலம் கடத்தாதடி, என் கண்ணே என் கண்மணியே, நான் உனக்காக காத்திருப்பேன் பொன்னே என் பூங்கொடியே. காலம் கடத்தாதடி என் கண்ணே என் கண்மணியே, நான் உனக்காக காத்திருக்கேன் பொன்னே என் பூங்கொடியே. மானங்கருக்குதடி மானங்கருக்குதடி மின்னிருட்டு கம்முதடி, மானங்கருக்குதடி. மானாமதுரச்சந்த மறிக்கொழுந்து வாங்கி வாரே, மானாமதுரச்சந்த மறிக்கொழுந்து வாங்கி வாரே, தஞ்சாவூர் மேளம் வச்சு கல்யாணம் பண்ணிக்கிறேன், தஞ்சாவூர் மேளம் வச்சு கல்யாணம் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். மானாமதுரச்சந்த மறிக்கொழுந்து வாங்கி வாரே, தஞ்சாவூர் மேளம் வச்சு கல்யாணம் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். காலம் கடத்தாதடி காலம் கடத்தாதடி, என் கண்ணே என் கண்மணியே, நான் உனக்காக காத்திருக்கேன் பொன்னே என் பூங்கொடியே. காலம் கடத்தாதடி என் கண்ணே என் கண்மணியே, நான் உனக்காக காத்திருப்பேன் பொன்னே என் பூங்கொடியே. மானங்கருக்குதடி மானங்கருக்குதடி மின்னிருட்டு கம்முதடி, மேகம் உருளுதடி மாறி மழை பெய்யுதடி, மாறி மழை பெய்யுதடி, மாறி
மேகம் மேகம் என்மேல் நீயும் பூவை பொழிந்தாய், அதிலே என்னை கொஞ்சம் நனைய விட்டு மோகம் கொண்டாய். மேகம் மேகம் என்மேல் நீயும் பூவை பொழிந்தாய், அதிலே என்னை கொஞ்சம் நனைய விட்டே மோகம் கொண்டாய். காலை கதிரே உன் பனித்துளி நான், தினம் என்னை கிள்ளியே நீ எழுப்பி விட்டாய். மேகம் மேகம் என்மேல் நீயும் பூவை பொழிந்தாய், அதிலே என்னை கொஞ்சம் நனைய விட்டே மோகம் கொண்டாய். தூரிகை கொண்டு தீண்டியே தூக்கங்கள் குறைத்தாய். பூமகள் என்று என்னையே போர்வைக்குள் இழுத்தாய். நிலவோடும் நிலம் மீதும் என்னை ஏந்தியே நீலவானிலே நெஞ்சோடு சாய்ந்தாடும் தென்றலே. நம்மை கண்டு நட்சத்திரம் வெட்கப்பட்டு கண்மறைக்கு. மேகம் மேகம் என்மேல் நீயும் பூவை பொழிந்தாய், அதிலே என்னை கொஞ்சம் நனைய விட்டே மோகம் கொண்டாய். வானவில் வண்ணம் கூட்டியே வார்த்தைகள் வரைந்தாய். தேன் துளி என்று என்னையே நாக்கினுள் ஒலித்தாய். விழியோரம் நடை போடும் ஆசை மேகமே எந்தன் ஜீவனே, கரம் சேர்த்து நடமாடும் சொந்தமே. உன்னை போல மின்னல் கூட மின்னி மின்னி முத்தம் போடும். மேகம் மேகம் என்மேல் நீயும் பூவை பொழிந்தாய், அதிலே என்னை கொஞ்சம் நனைய விட்டே மோகம் கொண்டாய். மேகம் மேகம் என்மேல் நீயும் பூவை பொழிந்தாய், அதிலே என்னை கொஞ்சம் நனைய விட்டே மோகம் கொண்டாய். காலை கதிரே உன் பனித்துளி நான், தினம் என்னை கிள்ளியே நீ எழுப்பி விட்டாய். மேகம் மேகம் என்மேல் நீயும் பூவை பொழிந்தாய், அதிலே என்னை கொஞ்சம் நனைய விட்டு மோகம் கொண்டாய்.
கேட்ட பாடலை இசையமைத்து பாடியவர் முருகானந்தம். பாடல் வரிகள் பவித்ரா. தயாரிப்பு VIT பண்பலை 90.8.
Literature Zone in second look of VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM.
Hello friends, you're listening to Literary Zone on VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM. Literary Zone is a literary program in English where you can listen to a variety of literary works like stories and poems. You can also learn about a writer and his works in this program. I am Mary and I am going to be the host for today. Let's go to today's program. Kid Zone. Kid Zone is a place where you can listen to a short story bringing to you a huge moral value. In today's story, we will be listening about a butterfly. Many of us know that a beautiful and colorful butterfly comes from an unappealing worm. Here is a story of a butterfly that was never able to live a life like a butterfly. There was a man who loved butterflies and had a craze for its wonderful combination of colors. In fact, he used to spend a lot of time around butterflies. He knew how a butterfly would struggle to transform from an ugly caterpillar into a beautiful one. One day, he saw a cocoon that had a tiny opening. It meant that the butterfly was trying to make its way to enjoy its world. He decided to sit over and watch how the butterfly would come out of the cocoon. He was watching the butterfly struggling to break the shell for several hours. He spent almost more than 10 hours with the cocoon and the butterfly. The butterfly had been struggling very hard for hours to come out through the tiny opening. Unfortunately, even after continuous attempts for several hours, there was no progress. It seemed that the butterfly had tried its best and could not give any more try. The man who had passion and love for butterflies decided to help the butterfly. He got a pair of scissors and tweaked the cocoon to make larger opening for the butterfly and removed the remaining cocoon. The butterfly emerged without any struggle. Unfortunately, the butterfly looked no longer beautiful and had a swollen body, a small and withered wings. The man was happy that he had made the butterfly come out of the cocoon without any more struggles. He continued to watch the butterfly, and he was quite eager to watch the butterfly fly with its beautiful wings. He thought that at any time the butterfly might expand the wings, shrink the body, and the wings could support the body. Unfortunately, neither the wings expanded nor the swollen body reduced. The butterfly just crawled around with its withered wings and huge body. It was never able to fly all through its life. Although the man did it with good intention, only going through the struggles, the butterfly would have emerged like any other beautiful butterflies. The continuous effort from the butterfly to come out of its cocoon would let the fluid stored in the body convert into wings. Thus, the body would become lighter and smaller, and the wings would be beautiful and large. So, what can you learn from the story today? Yes, of course. If we do not undergo any struggle, we won't have the beautiful wings to fly with. Well, that was a good lesson for today. Now let's have a small break on Literary Zone. This is Literary Zone on VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM.
Literature Zone in second look of VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM.
It's time to pick some words in glossary box with Miss Ahitya and VIT Community Radio 90.8. Harangue. Harangue. A loud speech in which one blames the other or tries to convince others of his or her opinion. Synonym of the word harangue is criticism, screed. Antonym of the word harangue is silence, praise. And to use it in a sentence format, the professor delivered a long harangue to the students. To pick more words from glossary box, stay tuned to VIT Community Radio 90.8.
Literature Zone in second look of VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM.
Welcome back, friends, to Literary Zone on VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM. And this is Mary, your host for today. Our next segment is called Short Zone. Here, you'll be listening to a short story. Today, let's listen to The Nightingale and the Rose by Oscar Wilde. She said that she would dance with me if I brought her red roses, cried the young student. But in all my garden there is no red rose. From her nest in the home oak tree, the nightingale heard him, and she looked out through the leaves and wondered. No red roses in all my garden, he cried, and his beautiful eyes filled with tears. Ah! On what little thing does happiness depend? I have read all that the wise men have written, and all the secrets of philosophy are mine. Yet for want of a red rose is my life made wretched. Here's a little, here at last is a true lover, said the nightingale, though I knew him not. Night after night have I told his story to the stars. Now I see him. His hair is dark as a hyacinth blossom, and his lips are red as a rose of his desire. But passion has made his lace like pale ivory, and sorrow has set her seal upon his brow. The prince gives a ball tomorrow night, murmured the young student, and my love will be of the company. If I bring her a red rose, she will dance with me till dawn. If I bring her a red rose, I shall hold her in my arms, and she will lean her head upon my shoulder, and her hand will be clasped in mine. But there is no red rose in my garden, so I shall sit lonely, and she will pass by me. She will have no heed of me, and my heart will break. Here indeed is a true lover, said the nightingale. What I sing of, he suffers. What is joy to me, to him is pain. Surely love is a wonderful thing. It is more precious than emeralds and dearer than fine opals. Pearls and pomegranate cannot buy it, nor is it set forth in the marketplace. It may not be purchased of the merchants, or can it be weighed out in the balance for gold. The musicians will sit in their gallery, said the young student, and play upon their stringed instruments, and my love will dance to the sound of the harp and the violin. She will dance so lightly that her feet will not touch the floor, and the courtiers in their gay dresses will throng around her. But with me she will not dance, for I have no red rose to give her. And he flung himself around on the grass and buried his face in his hand and wept. Why is he weeping? Asked the green lizard as he ran past him with his tail in the air. Why indeed? Said a butterfly, who was fluttering around after a sunbeam. Why indeed? Whispered a daisy to his neighbor in soft, low voice. He is weeping for a red rose, said the nightingale. For a red rose? They cried. How very ridiculous! And the little lizard, who was something of a cynic, laughed outright. But the nightingale understood the secret of the student's sorrow, and she sat silently in the oak tree and thought about the mystery of love. Suddenly she spread her brown wings for flight and soared into the air. She passed through the grove like a shadow, and like a shadow she sailed across the garden. In the center of the grass plot was standing a beautiful rose tree, and when she saw it, she flew over to it and lit upon a spray. Give me a red rose, she cried, and I will sing you my sweetest song. But the tree shook its head. My roses are white, it answered, as white as the foam of the sea, and whiter than the snow upon the mountain. But go to my brother who grows around the old sundial, and perhaps he will give you what you want. So the nightingale flew over to the rose tree that was growing round the old sundial. Give me a red rose, she cried, and I will sing my sweetest song. But the tree shook its head. My roses are yellow, it answered, as yellow as the hair of the mermaiden who sits upon an amber throne, and yellower than the daffodil that blooms in the meadow before the mower comes with his scythe. But go to my brother, who grows beneath the student's window, and perhaps he will give you what you want. So the nightingale flew over to the rose tree that was growing beneath the student's window. Give me a red rose, she cried, and I will sing you my sweetest song. But the tree shook his head. My roses are red, it answered, as red as the feet of the dove, and redder than the greatest fans of coral that wave and wave in the ocean cavern. But the winter has chilled my veins, and the frost has nibbed my buds, and the storm has broken my branches, and I shall have no roses at all this year. One red rose is all I want, cried the nightingale. Only one red rose? Is there no way by which I can get it? There is one way, answered the tree, but it is so terrible that I dare not tell it to you. Tell it to me, said the nightingale. I am not afraid. If you want a red rose, said the tree, you must build it out of music by moonlight, and stain it with your own heart's blood. You must sing to me with your breast against my thorn. All night long you must sing to me, and the thorn must pierce your heart, and your lifeblood must flow into my veins and become mine. That is a greater price to pay for a red rose, cried the nightingale, and life is very dear to all. It is pleasant to sit in the greenwood and watch the sun in his chariot of gold, and the moon in her chariot of pearl. Sweet is the scent of the hawthorn, and sweet are the bluebells that hide in the valley, and hither that blows on the hills. Yet love is better than life, And what is the heart of a bird compared to the heart of a man? So she spread her brown wings for flight and soared into the air. She swept around the garden like a shadow, and like a shadow she sailed through the grove. The young student was still lying on the grass, but she had left him, and tears were not yet dry in his beautiful eyes. "Be happy," she cried. "Be happy. You shall have the red rose. I will build it out of music by moonlight and stain it with my own heart's blood. All that I ask of you in return is that you will be a true lover. For love is wiser than philosophy, though she is wise, and mightier than power, though he is mighty. Flame-colored are his wings, and colored like flame is his body. His lips are so sweet, his lips are sweet as honey, and his breath is like frankincense." The student looked up from the grass and listened, but he could not understand what the nightingale was saying to him, for he only knew the things that are written down in the books. But the oak tree understood and felt sad, for he was very fond of the little nightingale who had built her nest in his branches. "Sing me a song," he whispered. "I shall feel very lonely when you are gone." So the nightingale sang to the oak tree, and her voice was like water bubbling from a silver jar. When she had finished her song, the student got up and pulled a notebook and a lead pencil out of his pocket. "She has form," he said to himself as he walked away through the grove. "That cannot be denied. But she has got feeling. I am afraid not. In fact, she is like most artists. She is all style without any sincerity. She would not sacrifice herself for others. She thinks merely of music, and everybody knows that the arts are selfish. Still, it must be admitted that she has some beautiful notes in her voice. What a pity it is that they do not mean anything or do any practical good." And he went into the room and lay down on his little pallet bed and began to think of his love. And after a time he fell asleep. And when the moon shone in the heavens, the nightingale flew to the rose tree and set her breast against the thorn. All night long she sang with her breast against the thorn. The cold crystal moon leaned down and listened. All night long she sang, and the thorn went deeper and deeper into her breast, and her lifeblood ebbed away from her. She sang first of the birth of love in the heart of a boy and a girl, and on the topmost spray of the rose tree there blossomed a marvelous rose, petal following petal, as song followed song. Ale was it, at first, as the mist that hangs over the river, pale as the feet of the morning, and silver as the wings of the dawn, as the shadow of a rose in a mirror of silver, as the shadow of a rose in a water pool. So was the rose that blossomed on the topmost spray of the tree. But the tree cried to the nightingale to press closer against the thorn. "Press closer, little nightingale," cried the tree, "or the day will come before the rose is finished." So the nightingale pressed closer against the thorn, and louder grew her song. For she sang of the birth of passion in the soul of a man and a maid. And a delicate flush of pink came into the leaves of the rose, like the flush in the face of the bridegroom when he kisses the lips of the bride. But the thorn had not yet reached her heart, so the rose's heart remained white. For only a nightingale's heart's blood can crimson the heart of a rose. But the thorn had not yet reached her heart, so the rose's heart remained white. For only a nightingale's heart's blood can crimson the heart of a rose. And the tree cried to the nightingale to press closer against the thorn. "Press closer, little nightingale," cried the tree, "or the day will come before the rose is finished." So the nightingale pressed closer against the thorn, and the thorn touched her heart. And a fierce pang of pain shot through her. Bitter, bitter was the pain, and wilder grew her song. For she sang of the love that is perfected by death, of the love that dies not in the tomb. And the marvelous rose became crimson, like the rose of the eastern sky. Crimson was the girdle of petals, and crimson as a ruby was the heart. But the nightingale's voice grew fainter. Her little wings began to beat, and a film came over the eyes. Fainter and fainter grew her song, and she felt something choking in her throat. Then she gave one last burst of music. The white moon heard it, and she forgot the dawn and lingered on in the sky. The red rose heard it, and it trembled all over with ecstasy and opened its petal to the cold morning air. Echo bore it to her purple cavern in the hills and woke the sleeping shepherds from their dreams. It floated through the reeds of the river, and they carried its message to the sea. "Look, look!" cried the tree. "The rose is finished now." The nightingale made no answer, for she was lying dead in the long grass with a thorn in her heart. And at noon the student opened his window and looked out. "Why, what a wonderful piece of luck!" he cried. "Here is a red rose. I have never seen any rose like it in all my life. It is so beautiful that I am sure it has a long Latin name." And he leaned down and plucked it. Then he put on his hat and ran to the professor's house with the rose in his hand. The daughter of the professor was sitting in the doorway, winding blue silk on a reel, and her little dog was lying at her feet. "You said that you would dance with me if I brought you a red rose," cried the student. "Here is the reddest rose in all the world. You will wear it tonight next to your heart, and as we dance together, it will tell you how I love you." But the little girl frowned. "I'm afraid it will not go with my dress," she answered. "And besides, the chamberlain's nephew has sent me some real jewels, and everybody knows that jewels cost far more than flowers." "Well, upon my word, you are very ungrateful," said the student angrily, and he threw the rose into the street, where it fell into the gutter, and a cart wheel went over it. "Ungrateful?" said the girl. "I tell you what, you are very rude, and after all, who are you? Only a student. Why, I don't believe you have even got silver buckles to your shoes as a chamberlain's nephew has." She got her from a chair and went into the house. "What a silly thing love is," said the student as he walked away. "It is not half as useful as logic, for it does not prove anything. It is always telling one of things that are not going to happen and making one believe things that are not true. In fact, it is quite unpractical, and as in this age to be practical is everything. I should go back to philosophy and study metaphysics." So he returned to his room and pulled out a great dusty book and began to read. Let's have a break now. You're listening to Literary Zone on VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM.
Literature Zone in second look of VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM.
Chintu, did you close all the windows and door properly before coming out?
Yeah, I did.
And did you switch off all the lights and all the electricals?
Oh god, I totally forgot.
Chintu, how can you be so irresponsible, huh? Using energy wisely in the home saves money and the environment. So let's start doing our own share.
Sorry, I'll go and switch off all the lights and come back.
Go green!
Literature Zone in second look of VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM.
Welcome back, friends. This is VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM, and you're listening to Literary Zone with your host, Mary. Now we will proceed to Poetry Zone. Poetry Zone is a place for you to listen to poems. Today, we will be listening to a poem by Robert Frost. Road Not Taken by Robert Frost. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both. And be one traveler, long I stood, and looked down one as far as I could, to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took the other as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear. Though as for that the passing there, had worn them really about the same, and both that morning equally lay in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day, yet knowing how way leads to another, yet knowing how way leads on to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less travelled by, and that has made all the difference. The The poet has come to a fork in a path in the woods. He is unsure which way to go and wishes he could go both ways. He looks down one path as far as he can see, but then he decides to take the other. He thinks that the path he decides to take is not quite as worn as the other one. But really, the paths are about the same, as the fallen leaves on both look pretty fresh. The speaker reflects on how he plans to take the road that he didn't take another day, but suspects that he wouldn't probably ever come back. Instead, far off in the future, he will be talking about how his decision was final and life-changing. The poem was intended by Frost as a gentle mocking of indecision, particularly the indecision that Edward Thomas, his writer friend, had shown on their many walks together. Frost later expressed chagrin that most audience took the poem more seriously than he had intended, in particular Thomas. He took it serious and personal, and it provided the last straw in Thomas' decision to enlist in World War I. Thomas was killed 2 years later in the Battle of Arras. Well, that was one life-changing poem. Now, let's go to our final segment, and that is called Writer Zone. Here, we will be listening about a poet and his works. Today, we will listen about Robert Frost. Robert Frost was born as Robert Lee Frost. He was an American poet who was born on March 26, 1874 in San Francisco. He published his first poem, My Butterfly, on November 8, 1894 in the New York newspaper, The Independent. After having tried and failed in farming in New Hampshire, he and his wife Eleanor Miriam White moved to England in 1912. There he had made many writer friends like Edward Thomas, Rupert Brooke, Ezra Pound, and Robert Graves. By the time Frost returned to US in 1915, he had published 2 full-length collections, A Boy's Will and North of Boston, and his reputation was well established. His work was initially published in England before it was published in America. He is highly regarded for his realistic depiction of rural life. By the 1920s, he was the most celebrated poet in America. Frost was honored frequently during his lifetime, receiving 4 Pulitzer Prizes for poetry. He was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal in 1960 for his poetical works. On July 22, 1961, Frost was named Poet Laureate of Vermont. He died in Boston on January 29, 1963. His famous works include A Boy's Will, North of Boston, Mountain Interval, and New Hampshire. His poems that were famous are Road Not Taken, Mending Balls, and Christmas Tree. Hope you guys enjoyed today's program. Now it's time for me to say goodbye. So until we meet again, this is Mary signing off on Literary Zone on VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM.
Literature Zone in second look of VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM.
மண் வாசனை உங்கள் VIT பண்பலை 90.8 வேளாண்மை சார்ந்த தொழில்நுட்பம், பசுமை படரும் விவசாய தொழில்கள், பண்ணை முறைகள் என மானுடம் காக்கும் உழவு சார்ந்த நிகழ்ச்சி.
வணக்கம். உணவே மருந்து எனும் உயரிய கோட்பாட்டில் இயங்குவது நமது சமூகம். உணவினை கட்டுப்படுத்துவதன் மூலமே நோய்களை கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியும் என்கின்ற உயரிய கோட்பாடு நமது சமூகத்தின் கோட்பாடு. இன்று உணவின் வழி ஏராளமான நச்சு நமது உடலில் சேருவதும் அதனால் ஏராளமான நோய்களுக்கு ஆட்படுவதும் நடந்தேறி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. உச்சகட்டமாக கேள்விப்பட்டது, அறிந்தது, தாய்ப்பாலிலும் விஷம் கலந்திருக்கின்ற உண்மைதான். இதற்கு காரணம் அந்த தாய் எடுத்துக்கொண்ட உணவில் இருந்த நச்சுத்தன்மைதான் என்பதை ஆய்வுகள் தெரியப்படுத்தின. இன்றைய காலகட்டத்தில் நச்சில்லாத உணவை மக்களுக்கு கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக இயற்கை விவசாயிகள் பல சங்கடங்களுக்கு இடையில, பல கடுமையான உழைப்புக்கு இடையில உற்பத்தி செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்கள் எந்தவித ரசாயன உரத்தையோ ரசாயன பூச்சிக்கொல்லிகளையோ பயன்படுத்தாமல் இயற்கை உரங்களையும் இயற்கை பூச்சி விரட்டிகளையும் பயன்படுத்தி உணவை உற்பத்தி செய்கிறார்கள். காய்கறிகள், கீரைகள், பாரம்பரிய அரிசி வகைகள், அதே போலவே சிறுதானிய வகைகள் அனைத்தையும் உற்பத்தி செய்து மக்களுக்கு அளிப்பதற்காக தயாராக இருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்களுக்கான ஒரு மேடையாக மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றோம். மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை வழியாக மக்களுக்கு நேரடியாக இந்த ரசாயன உரம் கலக்காத உணவுகள், குறிப்பாக காய்கறிகள், கீரைகள், பழங்கள், அதே போலவே சிறுதானியங்கள் கிடைப்பதற்காக மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை என்கின்ற ஒரு எளிய சந்தையினை உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றோம். இது ஆரோக்கியமானவைகள், இயற்கை விவசாயத்தில் விளைந்தவைகள் கூடுதல் விலையின்றி நியாய விலையில் ஒரே இடத்தில் விவசாயிகள், உற்பத்தியாளர்கள் நேரடி விற்பனையில் இந்த சந்தை இயங்குகிறது. இது ஒரு தனித்துவமான சந்தை. இயற்கை விவசாயிகள் ஒருங்கிணைந்து நடத்தும் வாரச்சந்தை மற்றும் மாதச்சந்தை வழக்கமாக நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது. வாரச்சந்தையை பொறுத்தவரையில் ஒவ்வொரு வாரமும் புதன்கிழமைகளில் காலை 6 மணி முதல் 10 மணி வரை நடைபெறுகிறது. நடைபெறும் இடம் அசோக் பிளான் நர்சரி, நம்பர் 4, 4வது கிழக்கு மெயின் ரோடு, ஆக்சிலியம் கல்லூரி ரவுண்டானா அருகில், காந்தி நகர், வேலூர் 6. இதற்கான தொடர்பாளர் டி ராஜேஷ், 7092629395. இவரை தொடர்பு கொண்டு வாங்குவதாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, விற்பனை செய்யக்கூடிய விவசாயிகளாக இருந்தாலும் இவரை தொடர்பு கொள்ளலாம். இதை தவிர மாதம் ஒரு முறை சிறப்பு சந்தையாக மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை ஒவ்வொரு மாதமும் 2ஆம் சனிக்கிழமைகளில் காலை 6 மணி முதல் 2 மணி வரை நடைபெறுகிறது. இடம் திருமகள் திருமண மண்டபம், ஆக்சிலியம் கல்லூரி சாலை, காந்தி நகர், வேலூர் 6. இந்த சந்தையில் காய்கறிகள், பழங்கள், கீரைகள், பாரம்பரிய அரிசி வகைகள், எண்ணெய், தேன், சத்துமாவு, ஊறுகாய் மற்றும் பிற மதிப்பு கூட்டப்பட்டவைகள் விற்பனைக்கு கிடைக்கின்றன. உங்கள் குடும்பத்தின் ஆரோக்கியமான வாழ்விற்காக உங்கள் வீட்டின் அருகில் அவசியம் வாருங்கள். அன்புடன் அழைக்கும் மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை ஒருங்கிணைப்பு குழு. நன்றி.
நேயர்கள் இதுவரை கேட்டது மண் வாசனை உங்கள் VIT பண்பலை 90.8. வேளாண்மை சார்ந்த தொழில்நுட்பம், பசுமை படரும் விவசாய தொழில்கள், பண்ணை முறைகள் என மானுடம் காக்கும் உழவு சார்ந்த நிகழ்ச்சி.
Welcome to the Noble Lectures, an audio lecture series of VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM. Interesting innovations, technological inventions, technical presentations, inspiring impressions, philosophical thoughts, lingual leaps, artistic amusements, and lecture formats delivered by eminent professors, researchers, and innovators from various fields. Let the talks touch your thoughts with our noble notions.
Dear listeners, in today's Noble Lecture, we are going to listen to the lecture on earthquake delivered by Dr. S. Balakrishnan, Postdoctoral Fellow in VIT University.
Dear listeners, I welcome you all to this informative show, Noble Lectures, and I am Dr. S. Balakrishnan. Today, I am going to narrate the scientific facts about earthquake and its consequences. You will be wondering at the end of the lecture that storing water will also induce earthquake. Yes, impoundment of water can trigger massive and highly destructive earthquakes. These interesting observations of scientists raise many questions on our understanding about our own mother planet. Yes, let us get into the technical details of this lecture on reservoir-induced earthquakes.
You are listening to the Noble Lectures, an audio lecture series of VIT Community Radio, innovative talks from intellectuals.
In order to understand about the peculiar phenomenon of earthquake, it is really necessary to learn about the structure of Earth and its interior. Technically, Earth's surface and its interior is known as lithosphere. Since Earth has different layers of solid, liquid, and semi-solid states of matter, the structure of Earth is called as lithosphere. Litho means stone in Greek and sphere means layers. From our school textbooks, we have learnt that Earth's surface has 3 different layers and they are known as crust, mantle, and core. The topmost layer is the crust, which is further divided into continental crust and oceanic crust. The crust occupies less than 1% of Earth's volume. Crust is a very thin layer of Earth. If you assume Earth as an apple, then skin of the apple can be thought of a crust. Earth has probably always had some form of ballastic crust, but the age of the oldest oceanic crust today is only about 20 million years. In contrast, the bulk of the continental crust is much older. The next layer is mantle, which runs through many kilometers deep into the earth. After that, core of the earth begins, where there is no sharp distinction between mantle and core. While many solid elements are present in the mantle, core contains elements in the form of liquid. Mantle has plate-like structure which float around the semi-fluid core. The plates adjust themselves in order to release the stress upon them, and hence surface of the earth feel that shaking, which is known as earthquake. Earthquake is the result of sudden release of energy in the earth crust that creates seismic waves. Earthquake is also known as quake, tremor, and tumbler. The seismicity, seismicism, or seismic activity of an area refers to the frequency, type, and size of the earthquake experienced over a period of time. Earthquakes are measured using observations from seismometers. The moment magnitude is the most common scale on which earthquakes larger than approximately 5 are reported for the entire globe. The more numerous earthquakes smaller than magnitude 5 reported by national seismological observatories are measured mostly on the local magnitude scale, also referred to as Richter scale. These two scales are numerically similar over the range of validity. Magnitude 3 or lower earthquakes are mostly hard to notice or weak, whereas magnitude 7 and over potentially cause serious damage over larger areas depending on their depth. The largest earthquake in history times have been magnitude slightly over the 9, although there is no limit to the possible magnitude. The most recent larger earthquake of magnitude 9 or larger was 9.0 magnitude earthquake in Japan, held in the year 2011, and it was the largest Japanese earthquake since records began. The intensity of shaking is measured on the modified Mercalli scale. The shallower an earthquake, the more damage to structure it causes, all else being equal. At the Earth's surface, earthquakes manifest themselves by shaking and sometimes displacement of the ground. When the epicenter of a large earthquake is located offshore, the seabed may be displaced sufficiently to cause a tsunami. Yes, earthquake can create a tsunami and also landslides, occasionally volcanic activity. In its most general sense, the word earthquake is used to describe any seismic event, whether natural or caused by humans, that generate seismic waves. Earthquakes are caused mostly by rupture of geological faults, but also by other events such as volcanic activity, landslides, mine blasts, and nuclear test. An earthquake's point of initial rupture is called its focus or hypocenter. The epicenter is the point at ground level directly above the hypocenter. Right. When can the earthquake occur naturally? Tectonic earthquakes occur anywhere in the earth where there is no sufficient stored elastic strain energy to drive fracture propagation along a fault plane. The sides of a fault move past each other smoothly and seismically only if there are no irregularities along the fault surface that increase the frictional resistance. Most fault surfaces do have such roughness, and this leads to a form of stick-slip behavior. Once the fault has locked, continued relative motion between the plates leading to increasing stress and therefore stored strain energy in the volume around the fault surface. This continues until the stress has risen sufficiently to break through the asperity suddenly allowing sliding over the locked portion of the fault, releasing the stored energy. This energy is released as a combination of radiated elastic strain seismic waves, frictional heating of the fault surface, and cracking of the rock, thus causing an earthquake. This process of gradual buildup of strain and stress, punctured by occasional sudden earthquake failure, is referred to as elastic rebound theory. It is estimated that only 10% or less of an earthquake's total energy is radiated as seismic energy. Most of the earthquake's energy is used to power the earthquake fracture ground or is converted into heat generated by friction. Therefore, earthquakes lower the Earth's available elastic potential energy and raise its temperature, though these changes are negligible compared to the convective flow of heat out from the Earth's deep interior.
You are listening to the Noble Lectures, an audio lecture series of VIT Community Radio, innovative talks from intellectuals.
That's fine. How to measure and locate earthquake? Earthquakes can be recorded by seismometers up to great distance because seismic waves travel through the whole Earth's interior. The absolute magnitude of a quake is conventionally reported by number of moment magnitude scale, whereas the felt magnitude is represented using the modified Mercalli intensity scale. Every tremor produces different types of seismic waves which travel through rock with different velocities. Based on that, there are three types of waves. One is longitudinal or P waves. The second one is transverse or S waves. The third one is surface or Rayleigh and Love waves. Propagation velocity of the seismic waves ranges from approximately 3 km per second up to 13 km per second, depending upon the density and elasticity of the medium. In the Earth's interior, the shock or P waves travel much faster than S waves. The difference in travel time from the epicenter to the observatory are a measure of the distance and can be used to image both sources of quakes and structure within the Earth. Also, the depth of the hypocenter can be computed roughly. In a solid rock, P waves travel at about 6 to 7 km per second. The velocity increases within the deep mantle to 13 km per second. As a consequence, the first waves of a distant earthquake arrive at an observatory via the Earth's mantle. On an average, the kilometer distance to the earthquake is the number of seconds between P wave and S wave times 8. Slight derivations are caused by inhomogeneity, rough surface, and other things. By such analysis of seismograms, Earth's core was located by Benno Gutenberg in the year 1913. So far so good. How the storing of water can induce seismicity? Yes, the core of the star is about reservoir-induced seismic activity.
You are listening to the Noble Lectures, an audio lecture series of VIT Community Radio, innovative talks from intellectuals.
While most earthquakes are caused by the movement of Earth's tectonic plates, human activity can also produce earthquakes. Four main activities contribute to this phenomenon: storing of large amount of water behind a dam, drilling and injecting liquid into wells, and by coaling mine and oil drilling. Until recently, the most powerful earthquake attributed to dam activity happened in Western India in the year 1967. 3 years after builders completed the Konya Dam, a 6.5 magnitude earthquake hit the area and killing nearly 200 people. What happened in that area? The area between Konya and Varna dams in the vicinity of Shivaji Sagar and Vasant Sagar reservoirs is unique for its ongoing high level of seismic activity. The seismicity at Konya has close correlation with filling cycles of Konya reservoir. In the year 1967, Konya event in the watershed of Krishna River in Maharashtra state is a classic example of earthquake activity triggered by a reservoir. The world's most confirmed reservoir-induced earthquake was triggered by Konya Dam. In that event, nearly 200 people were killed in the magnitude of 6.5 tremor. Another example is the Narmada Valley. Indian seismologists have noted an increase in seismic activity in Narmada Valley over the past 20 years, which may be linked to reservoir impoundment. In the Narmada Valley, a series of tremors were felt soon after the completion of the Sukta Dam. A strong earthquake hit the Narmada Valley on May 22nd in the year 1997, killing around 50 people and injuring 1,000 people in the city of Jabalpur in the state of Madhya Pradesh. The epicenter of this magnitude is 6 and it is believed to be happened because of storing of water. The recent earthquake has focused attention on seismic risk faced by the large dams planned for Narmada Valley and on the risk of reservoir-induced earthquakes. The phenomenon of dam-triggered earthquake is known as reservoir-induced seismicity. It is not well understood, but basically what happens is the following. When a dam is built and the reservoir is filled with water, the amount of pressure exerted on the earth in that area changes dramatically. When the water level of a reservoir is raised, pressure on the underlying ground increases. When the water level is lowered, the pressure decreases. This fluctuation can stress the delicate balance between tectonic plates beneath the surface and possibly causing them to shift. Another factor is the water itself. When the water pressure increases, more of it is forced into the ground, filling cracks and crevices. All of this water pressure can expand those cracks and even create new tiny ones in the rock. What is more is that as the water sinks deeper, it can act as sort of lubricant for rock plates and that create a friction. This lubrication can cause those plates to slip over each other. In the case of earthquake, it is difficult to prove beyond a doubt that culprit was a dam. It is just so hard to know exactly what is going on beneath Earth's surface with so many factors at work. One thing we don't know is that a dam cannot cause earthquake all by itself. The risk factors, especially unstable fault line, have to be there already. With the right conditions in the place, though a dam can trigger the event earlier than would have happened naturally, perhaps even increase its magnitude. Seismologists have published a list of about 100 cases of reservoir-induced seismic activity throughout the world. These cases show that after the completion of a dam, the reservoir area experienced earthquakes of micro-level magnitude. Dense seismic networks have increased the detection potential and increased the number of cases cited as instances of reservoir-induced seismic activity. The earthquake that the Indian peninsula has so far experienced may not be attributed to dams. Construction of dams should be done in such a way as to withstand anticipated seismic activity, and minor stress and adjustments are inevitable.
You are listening to the Noble Lectures, an audio lecture series of VIT Community Radio, innovative talks from intellectuals.
Right. What is the conclusion one can arrive from these observations? The conclusion is the following. Although scientists understand the general mechanism that induce seismic events, they are unable to accurately predict the magnitude or occurrence of these earthquakes due to insufficient information about the natural rock system and lack of validated predictive models at specific energy development sites. The mechanisms of reservoir-induced seismicity are not sufficiently well understood to predict accurately which dams will induce which type of earthquake. Most of the strongest cases of reservoir-induced seismicity have been observed for dams over 100 meters high, but dams just half this height are also believed to have induced quakes. Reservoirs filling can increase the frequency of earthquakes in areas of already high seismic activity and also cause earthquake to happen in areas previously thought to be seismically inactive. Though there are instances of connecting earthquake and water storing, detailed analysis is mandatory to arrive at any final conclusion. At the same time, we cannot rule out this recorded incidence of reservoir-induced seismicity. I conclude this lecture by stating that Mother Earth is not only beautiful but also hides many secrets. Let us prize her beauty and learn her secrets. Thank you.
Dear listeners, in today's Noble Lecture, we listened to the lecture on earthquake delivered by Dr. S. Balakrishnan, postdoctoral fellow in VIT University.
I hope this lecture touched your thoughts with a noble notion. Tune into the Noble Lecture series of VIT Community Radio for another noble talk from eminent professors, researchers, and innovators from different fields. You are listening to VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM. Let the talks touch your thoughts with our noble notions.
and you're listening to the show Travel Bonanza with, of course, your host Ashika. This show will allow you to explore and travel around the globe and, of course, through the radio. But guys, this is your guide. Where to go, what to do, how to go, what to eat, and where to stay. Hello listeners, you're listening to VIT Community Radio 90.8. This is your show Travel Bonanza with your host Ashika. The show where you will get to explore the globe through the radio. Today we shall explore God's own country. Yes, we all know it. It's Kerala, of course. It's a vast place, an entire state, of course. But I had managed to explore it in just one whole week. So you have various destinations. You have the capital, which is Thiruvananthapuram, or as we call it, Trivandrum. Then you have Cochin, the port city. There is, of course, the Venice of Asia, as we call it, Alleppey. And how could I miss a place drastically different from the rest? A hill station right in the middle, Munnar, of course. And not to forget Wayanad. So many places, right? So where to begin, how to go, what to eat, we shall cover it all. You can start off with Cochin or Trivandrum, as these cities are very well connected. So how to reach this city? You can take a train, flight, bus, anyway, and you would get there. I landed in Cochin first when I had chosen to visit Kerala. So Cochin, discover the European legacy and the historical phenomena of the city. There are various tourist destinations. The first, you must visit the Chinese fishing net. This was set by the king Kublai Khan in the 14th century. The fascinating thing about these fishing nets is that it is still used by the fishermen. So please do not miss this spot as you get to see an actual demo of the specially designed net. The second one, and the most important destination in Cochin. Cochin is the route through which the European explorers took their first step in India. Thus, their traditions are etched into this city. You have the European churches of Cochin that you must visit. The first church that you should visit should be St. Francis. It's one of the oldest European church by the Portuguese. Also, it is the burial place for Vasco da Gama, the most famous explorer of India, as we all know. The burial place is a cemetery where several other soldiers also rest in peace. So you must pay a visit to this church. The second one is a very impressive church. It is called the Santa Cruz Basilica, one of the largest churches in India, and a magnificent one, that too, with artworks like murals, frescoes, and these signify Jesus Christ's life. Now we talked about churches. Now how about the other side of the culture? This place is Madan Cherry Palace. This is a definite visit and was built for the king of Cochin by the Portuguese. It depicts the Hindu mythology. So you see the vast difference from churches to the Hindu mythology. The next destination is even more diverse than this. This represents the Jewish culture. You must visit the synagogues that are present all over Cochin. One of them is the Pardesi synagogue. It is one of the oldest and the most active synagogue of South India. Before you leave from Kochi, don't forget to stroll through the streets of the Jew town that illustrates a bustling spice trade market even today. You will also get the feel of being in a whole new destination with the fragrance of the Jewish culture lingering through the town. So do not miss the Jew town and do visit the synagogues of Cochin. So that was Cochin for you guys. It has the different cultures all mixed together in a cocktail just ready for you. So do visit Cochin. It should be a top priority of visiting Kerala. Now the second destination is the Venice of Asia. That is Alleppey. In this destination, there are no streets. There are only backwaters that you can stroll through. You can literally row a boat around the streets of this town. This is a beautiful town completely surrounded by the magnanimous backwaters. Now the best way to tour this destination is by booking a houseboat or even staying overnight in the houseboat. The houseboat is an experience in itself. The beautiful mobile house slowly takes you across the waters. The houseboat is a thatched, magnificent structure with all required facilities. The interesting aspect of so make sure that you book the houseboat and have the time of your life in Alleppey. Now the interesting aspect, let's get to that. The food. Yes, always the most exciting part, isn't it? Now let's get to the food which I experienced in Alleppey. They let you fish from the houseboat, and the fishes, prawns or the lobsters that you catch are cooked in your own style as per your taste. So when I went, the cook had prepared a delicious lobster from the lobster that we managed to catch. So do go there and fish from the houseboat itself. Now those who are not interested in the whole calm, tranquility, composure of nature, you can go for an adrenaline rush of kayaking. You can kayak through the backwaters of Alleppey, and it will be definitely not something to miss. So do go try that out. So everybody do pay a visit to Alleppey, the highlight of Kerala. If you visit Kerala and you do not go to Cochin or Alleppey, it is definitely a miss. So do go to Alleppey and experience the Venice of Asia. You will unanimously be blown away. Now moving from there to a whole new altitude, to the hills of Munnar. This will cool all the heat from the rest of the destinations that you will visit. The ideal hill station to get away. There are plenty of hillside resorts to relax and get the aesthetic sense of Munnar is a perfect weekend getaway to just stay in tranquility. But for those who want to go out there and explore, there are always destinations in and around Munnar. So I'll go through that for you guys. First, there is the tea museum. You get a glimpse of the working tea factory, one of the biggest in India. So do not miss that, it is in Munnar. Apart from that, as you drive kilometers away from Munnar, you have various national parks, bird sanctuaries, and you can get to the wildlife as close as possible. The first is the Ernakulam National Park, a 16-kilometer drive from Munnar, where you can see the endangered species of the Western Ghats. So whether it's the animals, whether it's the flora or the fauna, this is it. So guys, do go to this national park. Now the second destination is the Tattikad Bird Sanctuary, a serene park where over 270 species of birds flock, of course in certain seasons. So do go there through the migration period. Another tourist spot close to the wildlife is the Chinnar Wildlife Sanctuary, which is 16 kilometers north of Munnar. This sanctuary is another home to the wildlife of the Western Ghats. So do not miss it if you are in and around Munnar. So that's what you can do in Munnar. So apart from these destinations, we have a person who is willing to share her experiences in Kerala. And this destination is very different, so I hope you enjoy it. So ma'am, what's your name?
My name is Aparna and I am a student in VIT University doing my software engineering.
Okay, so can you tell us about the destination you often visit?
Okay, so this happened during my last monsoon vacations. Like I visited Wayanad. Wayanad is basically one of the 14 coolest districts in Kerala. And then if you're looking for a holiday destination, this is probably the best place that you can ever visit. Wayanad itself means the land of paddy fields. So you can find a lot of place under forest cover, plantations, paddy fields, a lot like that. And then when you travel itself, you'll feel the warmth and the beauty of the place. So if you're asking about my trip, I can say that the trip was very adventurous for me. Usually it takes 2 hours from my place. I belong to Calicut actually, so I travel for 2 hours and then only I reach the place.
Okay, so it's a hill station. So how do you plan your travel?
It's just a 2-hour journey. Like you can take bus or car or any other mode of transportation. Even buses are you find buses within half an hour, so you can visit at any time of the day. So I would prefer only the bus journey because when you travel, when 9 hairpin curves are there, out of which third one is very prominent. Usually most of the tourists, they get down at this place and they enjoy the beauty of the place. So when you travel in bus, you can actually feel the beauty of the place. So, yeah.
Yes, the hairpin bends must be very adventurous to drive on, whether you're going by a car or a bus. So anyway, tell me, how is the climate of this destination?
Climate all through the year, you can say during January it's usually cool, but I would prefer if you're planning to go for a holiday, it would be better if you go during December, because that time the place will be cool. It will not be that cool, but then it will be moderate. Throughout the year, the climate is always very chilled out. It's a very nice place to settle down, usually.
A nice place to relax. So what do you think is the best time to visit Wayanad in the whole year?
I think it would be November to December. Yeah, that's the best time that you can visit the place.
Okay, so tell us about the prime locations to visit, the tourist attractions in Wayanad.
Okay, tourist attractions, there are so many places actually. There are dams, there are coffee, tea plantations are there. And then you have this Edakal Caves, Pukod Lake. Due to some time problem, I couldn't visit most of the places. So I visited Karapuda Dam, and the dam, it was very beautiful. Usually they have a major part of the dam as a irrigation purpose, and then tourists keep visiting the place, and then you have to travel a little bit inside. You have to go from Wayanad also, you have to travel a little bit inside to reach the place. And yeah, that's it. The place is very beautiful.
Okay, what about the tea and coffee plantations that you were emphasizing about?
Okay, tea and coffee plantations, even when you start from the bottom of the hill, if you go, while going itself, you can see the plantations. And if you separately want to visit the place, you can just get into any of these tea estates, and then you can visit the place. There are several brands, like including local and good brands are there of tea coffee plantations. And then yeah, that's it. It's very nice, especially when you travel in the morning, or it will be very foggy. It will be very nice to see.
It sounds very beautiful. So apart from Wayanad, there are other hill stations in Kerala like Munnar. So how do you think Wayanad is set apart?
Okay, Munnar, even if you ask anybody about Kerala, the first hill station that comes to one's mind is Munnar. Munnar is very common, but then most of the people doesn't know about Wayanad. So I think it's less populated and less polluted when compared to Munnar, if you take the current situation. Yeah, that's it.
So obviously that makes it a better place because people do not know about the tourist destination. Anyway, tell us about the Wayanad cuisine.
Okay, Wayanad cuisine.
Of course, food is the most important part, but yeah.
Food is very important. So they have normal food items that they usually eat, the food items that are consumed by the other Keralites usually. And then most of the things that you get there, they are very fresh. Since it's a hill station, you can actually expect good vegetables, everything. And even while you're traveling, you can find the roadside stops where they sell coffee, tea, and all. So I think that captured my this thing. I found that as more catchy compared to the other big hotels that were there. So you should definitely try out the local tea shop. That's one of the best places that you can go as a tourist.
Yeah, Kerala tea stalls are very famous. So you guys better visit that place.
Okay, so I want to talk about one more destination, and that would be Bepur. Bepur is around 20 minutes from my place. I belong to Calicut, basically. So you can take car or bus or anything, and then you can reach the place. It would be better if you take car, because that will reduce the time to reach the place.
So what type of place is this? Is it a beach or like a national park or what?
No, it's not a national park. It's a beach area. It's very beautiful. It's like a beach port. You can say it's more like a port. So much of fishing activities happen there. And then a lot of tourists visit there. Usually couple, family, they spend their time in the evening or morning. You can even take a evening walk or a morning walk. Morning walk would be very nice. I usually visit the place sometimes. Sometimes I go there in the morning along with my parents. It used to be very nice. Yeah, that's it.
So it's a beach, but it's a famous one. So it must be pretty different from the regular beaches you see in and around Kerala. So what's so special about this destination?
So talking about the speciality of the place, it's like the main attraction about this place is that you can walk through the pathway, and the pathway is extended towards inside the sea, inside the sea as in
towards the horizon.
Yeah, it extends for around around 2 kilometers. Around 2 kilometers, and you can walk. It actually takes a lot of time to reach from one end to the other, and people, they spend their time sitting on the rock side, and on the rock side you can see this small tiny crabs crawling around, and then boats people busy with fishing, and in the evening if you visit you can see people flying kites near the shore side. So the whole scenic beauty, or whatever you call it as, it's very nice, it's very beautiful, and you will not get to see anything like this anywhere else.
So this is definitely a beach that you should visit. So Kerala is full of diversity, different cultures. So how is this place linked to the culture?
Okay, about the culture, the major population of this area, it's populated by Muslims usually. You can find a lot of Muslims there, and then they have their own business people. They stay there usually. And one other major thing that I noticed when I visited this place was the population of goats. I would say goats, and it has a story behind this. The thing is, there used to be one famous author. His name is Muhammad Bashir. So he is very famous for his short stories and novels. And then one of his main work was Pathumed Adu, which means Pathuma's goat. Pathuma is a person's name basically. And he has written so many other small short stories also. People still read it. That's the best thing, and he's well known among most of the Malayalis. Yeah, that's it. Goats.
So probably the population of goats is more than the humans in that place.
Yeah, kind of. You can see goats anywhere, like in each and every corner you can find them staying. They're basically very innocent creatures. They don't do anything.
So Aparna, what are the other places to see within that beach area?
Other places, I can say that the pathway that I was talking about, there are two sides of it. One is nicely built. It's made properly, but the other side it's more like a forest covered area. So to reach that side you have to cross from one side to the other. So they usually don't have proper boats to cross from one place. So it's like they have something that looks like a raft, similar to a raft. It's square in shape. I don't know what you call it. So that's how you reach there. And then when you reach that side you can find this lighthouse too. You can find the lighthouse, and they start emitting light at night, and which is useful for the boats and like the fishing people, in the night.
Okay, thank you so much for informing us about this destination. And do you have any suggestions or any further information to share with?
Okay, if you are planning for a visit to Kerala, I can say I can talk about one more destination. It's Adirampalli Waterfalls. It's in Chalakudi. I didn't even dream of going to that place actually. I visited the place as a part of my friend's cousin's wedding. So one evening we just went to the place, and that place is very beautiful. It's a waterfalls. So the thing is...
so how do you reach the destination?
Okay, reaching the destination, I don't remember the place exactly, but then it took around 1 hour from my place to the destination. So if you...
Your place is Calicut?
No, not Calicut. I visited my friend's place actually. So it's not in Calicut, it's in Thrissur. It's in the district called Thrissur. So
basically it's connected by buses or even trains?
Yeah, if you're taking a train from Calicut, it will usually take 2 to 3 hours. And from there, maybe you can travel for 1 more hour and then you can reach the destination.
Okay, so wherever you are, whether you're in Velo or anything, there are train connections to the place.
Yeah. You can travel from any part of the state or other neighboring states. You can easily travel to the place. Just that from Thrissur, you'll have to take extra 1 hour maybe. And talking about the place, it's very beautiful. It has forest area. It's more like in between a forest. And then you can find the shallow part as well as the falls part. Like and they have restrictions towards boundaries where you are not allowed to go after a particular limit, and you can find a lot of monkeys also there. So whenever you're traveling, make sure that you don't have anything big food items with you. And then the best part is you have to go to the down falls part, the main part, and it's not like a normal waterfalls. You have to travel down. It's more like a trekking experience. It'll add it up as a trekking experience. You can add it up as a trekking experience too. And when you reach the falls, it's very nice. Like water, it literally sprinkles on your face. You can feel the water sprinkling on your face.
Sounds beautiful.
Yeah, it's very nice. And yeah.
So this waterfalls, I've heard it comes in certain movies too. it's a prime tourist, not only tourist, sorry, a film shooting area, right?
Yeah, so many Malayalam movies have been shot there, and even Hindi movies. I can say most of them would have seen this movie called Ravan, where Aishwarya Rai, she makes a leap from the top to the bottom. So that was shot from Adirampalli only. It's very nice, very beautiful.
So guys, it's definitely a place to visit, and it sounds really beautiful. Thank you so much, Aparna, for joining us. And you told us about, you rather informed us about 3 destinations, so thanks a lot. And destinations that are actually not really famous to the people who visit Kerala. So do visit these 3 destinations and let us know how it is. So thank you so much, Aparna, for joining us today.
And thank you, Ashika, for giving me this opportunity, and I look forward for more opportunity to talk about the places so that people can at least know, and then they can visit the place, because there are so many places that nobody knows, so many places that people should know about. So I think you are doing a good job making such a show and making people aware about these places. So thanks for that again.
All these 3 places. Anyway, thank you so much, Aparna, for joining us today.
This opportunity to talk about this place. I really want everybody to visit this place once in their lifetime. Yeah, that's it.
So guys, I hope that was very informative, and I hope you guys do visit. Kerala is known for its Malabar cuisine, ranging from soft appams to fish mole to payasam, coconut flavored avial. This is a variety to satisfy every taste palate. This is getting me super hungry already, thus let's change the subject. And before we close in and you all leave Kerala, do not even think about not embracing the Ayurvedic spas which are sprayed across Kerala. This will soothe your body and soul as your senses come alive through the Ayurvedic massage. So everyone of Vellore, I've told you all the must-dos of Kerala, the indefinite places to visit, the cuisines to entangle in, and how to revive your senses. I've covered only half of Kerala. So do stay tuned further to explore God's own country, sometime probably in the near future. I hope you enjoyed traveling through this state filled with a deep-rooted culture and tradition. So do visit this truly beautiful tourist destination. This is definitely the closest to nature. Until then, stay tuned to Travel Bonanza, same time, same show, but different destination. This is your only host, Ashika, on VIT Community Radio 90.8. This was Travel Bonanza with your host, Ashika. So stay tuned to VIT Community Radio 90.8.
மண் வாசனை உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 வேளாண்மை சார்ந்த தொழில்நுட்பம், பசுமை படரும் விவசாய தொழில்கள், பண்ணை முறைகள் என மானுடம் காக்கும் உழவு சார்ந்த நிகழ்ச்சி.
வணக்கம். உணவே மருந்து எனும் உயரிய கோட்பாட்டில் இயங்குவது நமது சமூகம். உணவினை கட்டுப்படுத்துவதன் மூலமே நோய்களை கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியும் என்கின்ற உயரிய கோட்பாடு நமது சமூகத்தின் கோட்பாடு. இன்று உணவின் வழி ஏராளமான நச்சு நமது உடலில் சேருவதும் அதனால் ஏராளமான நோய்களுக்கு ஆட்படுவதும் நடந்தேறி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. உச்சகட்டமாக கேள்விப்பட்டது, அறிந்தது, தாய்ப்பாலிலும் விஷம் கலந்திருக்கின்ற உண்மைதான். இதற்கு காரணம் அந்த தாய் எடுத்துக்கொண்ட உணவில் இருந்த நச்சுத்தன்மைதான் என்பதை ஆய்வுகள் தெளிவுபடுத்தின. இன்றைய காலகட்டத்தில் நச்சில்லாத உணவை மக்களுக்கு கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக இயற்கை விவசாயிகள் பல சங்கடங்களுக்கு இடையில, பல கடுமையான உழைப்புக்கு இடையில உற்பத்தி செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்கள் எந்தவித ரசாயன உரத்தையோ ரசாயன பூச்சிக்கொல்லிகளையோ பயன்படுத்தாமல் இயற்கை உரங்களையும் இயற்கை பூச்சி விரட்டிகளையும் பயன்படுத்தி உணவை உற்பத்தி செய்கிறார்கள். காய்கறிகள், கீரைகள், பாரம்பரிய அரிசி வகைகள், அதே போலவே சிறுதானிய வகைகள் அனைத்தையும் உற்பத்தி செய்து மக்களுக்கு அளிப்பதற்காக தயாராக இருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்களுக்கான ஒரு மேடையாக மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை, உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றோம். மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை வழியாக மக்களுக்கு நேரடியாக இந்த ரசாயன உரம் கலக்காத உணவுகள், குறிப்பாக காய்கறிகள், கீரைகள், பழங்கள், அதே போலவே சிறுதானியங்கள் கிடைப்பதற்காக மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை என்கின்ற ஒரு எளிய சந்தையினை உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றோம். இது ஆரோக்கியமானவைகள், இயற்கை விவசாயத்தில் விளைந்தவைகள் கூடுதல் விலையின்றி நியாய விலையில் ஒரே இடத்தில் விவசாயிகள், உற்பத்தியாளர்கள் நேரடி விற்பனையில் இந்த சந்தை இயங்குகிறது. இது ஒரு தனித்துவமான சந்தை. இயற்கை விவசாயிகள் ஒருங்கிணைந்து நடத்தும் வாரச்சந்தை மற்றும் மாதச்சந்தை வழக்கமாக நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது. வாரச்சந்தையை பொறுத்தவரையில் ஒவ்வொரு வாரமும் புதன்கிழமைகளில் காலை 6 மணி முதல் 10 மணி வரை நடைபெறுகிறது. நடைபெறும் இடம் அசோக் பிளான் நர்சரி, நம்பர் 4, 4வது கிழக்கு மெயின் ரோடு, ஆக்சிலியம் கல்லூரி ரவுண்டானா அருகில், காந்தி நகர், வேலூர் 6. இதற்கான தொடர்பாளர் டி. ராஜேஷ், 7092629395. இவரை தொடர்பு கொண்டு வாங்குவதாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, விற்பனை செய்யக்கூடிய விவசாயிகளாக இருந்தாலும் இவரை தொடர்பு கொள்ளலாம். இதை தவிர மாதம் ஒரு முறை சிறப்பு சந்தையாக மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை ஒவ்வொரு மாதமும் 2ஆம் சனிக்கிழமைகளில் காலை 6 மணி முதல் 2 மணி வரை நடைபெறுகிறது. இடம் திருமகள் திருமண மண்டபம், ஆக்சிலியம் கல்லூரி சாலை, காந்தி நகர், வேலூர் 6. இந்த சந்தையில் காய்கறிகள், பழங்கள், கீரைகள், பாரம்பரிய அரிசி வகைகள், எண்ணெய், தேன், சத்துமாவு, ஊறுகாய் மற்றும் பிற மதிப்பு கூட்டப்பட்டவைகள் விற்பனைக்கு கிடைக்கின்றன. உங்கள் குடும்பத்தின் ஆரோக்கியமான வாழ்விற்காக உங்கள் வீட்டின் அருகில் அவசியம் வாருங்கள். அன்புடன் அழைக்கும் மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை ஒருங்கிணைப்பு குழு. நன்றி.
நேயர்கள் இதுவரை கேட்டது மண் வாசனை உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8. வேளாண்மை சார்ந்த தொழில்நுட்பம், பசுமை படரும் விவசாய தொழில்கள், பண்ணை முறைகள் என மானுடம் காக்கும் உழவு சார்ந்த நிகழ்ச்சி.
விவசாயி விவசாயி கடவுள் என்னும் முதலாளி கண்டெடுத்த
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மற்றும் விஐடி சமுதாய வானொலி இணைந்து வழங்கும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தி.
வணக்கம் நேயர்களே, இது உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 விஐடியின் சமுதாய வானொலி. தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தியில நான் உங்கள் திவ்யநேகா,
மதுமித்ரா,
காயத்ரி,
மாலினி,
ஷஷாந்த்.
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவர்கள். இன்னைக்கு நாம விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில இருக்கும் புதிய திட்டத்தை பற்றிய சுவாரஸ்யமான கலந்துரையாடலை கேட்போம். இடம் உள்ளூர் சந்தையில் 2 இயற்கை விவசாயிகளுக்கு நடக்கும் உரையாடல்.
என்ன கலா இந்த பக்கம் பார்த்தே ரொம்ப நாள் ஆச்சு.
அது ஒன்றும் இல்லை சீதாக்கா, எங்கள் தோட்டத்து மாம்பழத்தை வெளி மார்க்கெட்டுக்கு வண்டி ஏற்றி விட்டு காய்கறி வாங்கலாமேன்னு சந்தைக்கு வந்தேன். ஆமாம், நீங்கள் ஏன் உங்கள் மாம்பழத்தை எடுத்துட்டு இங்கே வந்திருக்கீங்க?
நானே உன்கிட்ட சொல்லான்னு தான் இருந்தேன். மகசூல் அதிகமாக வர ஆசைப்பட்டு உயிர் உரத்தை நிறைய வாங்கி போட்டேன். ஆனால் கடைசியில் பூவெல்லாம் கருகி மகசூலே வராமல் போயிடுச்சு. ஏதோ மிச்சம் இருக்க இந்த மாம்பழத்தை எடுத்துட்டு வந்த விலைக்கே வித்துட்டு போலான்னு வந்திருக்கேன்.
அட என்னக்கா இப்படி சொல்ற? நானும் தான் உயிர் உரத்தை போட்டேன், ஆனா எனக்கு நிறைய மகசூல் வந்திருக்கே, உங்களுக்கு மட்டும் ஏன் வரல?
என்னடி சொல்ற? என் நிலமும் உன் நிலமும் பக்கத்துல தான் இருக்கு. உன் நிலத்துல இருக்க அதே மண்ணு தான் என் நிலத்துலயும் இருக்கு. அப்புறம் ஏன் எனக்கு மட்டும் இப்படி நடக்குது?
சரி விடுக்கா, நம்மள மாதிரி இயற்கை விவசாயிகளுக்கு இது மாதிரி அடி அப்பப்போ விழதான் செய்யும். அடுத்த முறை பார்த்துக்கலாம், விடுங்க.
அதே சந்தையில் விவசாயம் தொடர்பான சந்தை கணக்கெடுப்பதற்காக வந்த வேளாண் துறை மாணவி செல்வி இந்த உரையாடலை கேட்கிறாள்.
வணக்கங்க, என் பேர் செல்வி. நான் விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவி. நீங்கள் 2 பேரும் பேசிட்டு இருந்ததை கேட்டுட்டு தான் இருந்தேன். உங்களை மாதிரி விவசாயிகளுக்கு இருக்க பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு பண்ணி தீர்வு கொடுக்க தான் எங்கள் விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில் ஒரு புதிய திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்திருக்கோம். அந்த திட்டம் மூலயமா உங்களுக்கு தேவையான தீர்வை கொடுக்க முடியும்னு நம்புகிறேன்.
என்னம்மா சொல்கிற? இத்தனை வருஷமாக விவசாயம் பண்ணுற எங்களுக்கே இது என்ன பிரச்சனை தெரியலம்மா. நீ இப்பதான் படிச்சிட்டு இருக்க, நீ எப்படிம்மா எங்களோட பிரச்சனைக்கு தீர்வை கொடுக்க முடியும்?
நீங்க சொல்றதும் சரிதாம்மா. ஆனா எங்க ஆசிரியர்கள்லாம் அவங்க துறையில வல்லுநர்களா இருக்காங்க. நான் உங்க பிரச்சனைய அவங்க கிட்ட எடுத்துட்டு போய் சொல்லி அவங்க சொல்ற தீர்வை உங்ககிட்ட வந்து சொல்லுவேன்.
அப்படியா? இது ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கே. அப்போ நான் என் நிலத்துல இருக்க பிரச்சனைலாம் சொன்னா எனக்கு உடனே தீர்வு வந்துடுமா?
ஆமாம்மா, அதிகபட்சம் 2 நாள்ல சொல்லிடுவாங்க. அப்படி அவங்களுக்கு தெரியலன்னா அவங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச மற்ற விவசாய விஞ்ஞானிகள் கிட்ட கேட்டு அவங்க தீர்வை சொல்லுவாங்க.
சரி சரி, அப்போ என் நிலத்துல நான் என்னெல்லாம் பண்றேன், என்ன பிரச்சனைலாம் இருக்குன்னு சொல்றேன், எழுதிக்கோமா.
பல்கலைக்கழகத்துல மாணவி செல்விக்கும் அவளுடைய ஆசிரியருக்கும் இடையே நடக்கும் உரையாடல்.
வணக்கம் சார்.
சொல்லுங்க செல்வி, நான் உங்களை விவசாயிகளை சந்திச்சு அவங்களோட பிரச்சனைகளை கேட்க சொல்லியிருந்தேனே, கேட்டிங்களா?
அதை பத்தி தான் சார் பேச வந்தேன். நான் நேற்று சந்தைக்கு போயிருந்தப்போ 2 இயற்கை விவசாயிகளை சந்திச்சேன். அவங்க 2 பேருமே இயற்கை முறையில மாந்தோப்பு பராமரிக்கிறாங்க. அதுல ஒருத்தருக்கு மகசூல் அதிகமா வந்திருக்கு, இன்னொருத்தருக்கு கம்மியா வந்திருக்கு.
அப்படியா செல்வி? அவங்க நிலத்துல என்ன பயன்படுத்துறாங்கன்னு கேட்டிங்களா? அவங்களோட பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் விசாரிச்சிங்களா?
சார், நான் எல்லாத்தையுமே தெளிவா கேட்டு எழுதிட்டு வந்திருக்கேன்.
எங்க கொடுங்க பாப்போம்.
இந்தாங்க சார்.
பூ கருகிருக்குன்னு போட்டிருக்கு, தண்ணி கரெக்டா இருக்கு, பூச்சியோ நோய் தாக்கலோ இல்லை. அப்படி பார்த்தா இது அநேகமா பொட்டாசியம் அப்படி இல்லைன்னா நைட்ரஜன் அளவு அதிகமானதுனால வந்திருக்கலாம். எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் டைம் கொடுமா, நான் என்னன்னு பார்த்துட்டு நாளைக்கு உனக்கு தீர்வை சொல்றேன்.
சரிங்க சார்.
மறுநாள் ஆசிரியர் மாணவியிடம் விளக்கத்தை கொடுத்தார்.
செல்வி, நீ கொடுத்த விவரத்தெல்லாம் பார்த்தம்மா. நிலத்துல நைட்ரஜன் சத்து அதிகமானதுனால பூ கருகிருக்கு. நான் இந்த நோட்ல விவரமா எழுதியிருக்கேன், நீ படிச்சு அவங்களுக்கு புரிய வச்சிடுமா.
சரிங்க சார், நான் அவங்கள பார்த்து சொல்லிடுறேன்.
பின் மாணவி இயற்கை விவசாயியான சீதாவை சந்தித்தாள்.
வாமா செல்வி, நான் என் பிரச்சனைலாம் சொன்னனே, இதெல்லாம் தகவல் தெரிஞ்சுச்சா?
நானும் எங்க சார் கிட்ட போய் இது எல்லாத்தையும் சொன்னேன். அவரும் சில குறிப்புகள்லாம் கொடுத்துருக்காரு. அதை உங்ககிட்ட சொல்லலான் தான் வந்தேன். முதல்ல நீங்க என்ன தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னா, ஒரே ஊர்ல இருந்தாலும் வயலுக்கு வயல் மண்ணோட தன்மை மாறும். அதனால 3 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை மண் பரிசோதனை செஞ்சு பார்க்கணும். நீங்க உயிர் உரம் போடும்போது அது கூட ஜீவாமிர்தத்தையும் சேர்த்து போட்டிருக்கீங்க. அதனால தான் நைட்ரஜனோட அளவு அதிகமாகி பூவெல்லாம் கருகிருக்கு.
ஓ, இதுல இவ்வளோ விஷயம் இருக்கா? இதுக்கப்புறம் நான் கவனமா இருக்கமா. அப்படியே இந்த விஷயத்த அந்த கலாக்கிட்டையும் சொல்லி வைக்கிறேன். அப்பதான் அவளும் முன்னெச்சரிக்கையா இருப்பா.
இந்தாங்க என் நம்பர். வருங்காலத்துல உங்களுக்கு எதனா பிரச்சனை இருந்துச்சுன்னா என்கிட்ட சொல்லுங்க, நான் இதே மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு உதவுறேன்.
நம்ம விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில விவசாயிகள் இணைப்பு திட்டம், அதாவது ஃபார்மர்ஸ் அட்டாச்மெண்ட் ப்ரோக்ராம் மூலமா ஒவ்வொரு வேளாண் மாணவர்களையும் சீதா மாதிரி இருக்கிற விவசாயிகள் கூட இணைக்கும் போது கள பிரச்சனைகளை பற்றி மாணவர்களுக்கு விழிப்புணர்வு ஏற்படுது மற்றும் விவசாயிகளுக்கும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்குது. இந்த இருவழி கற்றல் திட்டத்துல விவசாயிகளை ஆசிரியர்களாகவும் விஐடி வேளாண் துறை அங்கீகரிக்குது. மீண்டும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தியில் நாளை சந்திப்போம். நான் உங்கள் திவ்யநேகா,
மதுமித்ரா,
காயத்ரி,
மாலினி,
சஷாந்த்,
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவர்கள். இது உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 விஐடியின் சமுதாய வானொலி.
விவசாயி விவசாயி கடவுள் என்னும் முதலாளி கண்டெடுத்த
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மற்றும் விஐடி சமுதாய வானொலி இணைந்து வழங்கும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தி.
மண் வாசனை உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 வேளாண்மை, வேளாண்மை சார்ந்த தொழில்நுட்பம், பசுமை படரும் விவசாய தொழில்கள், பண்ணை முறைகள் என மானுடம் காக்கும் உழவு சார்ந்த நிகழ்ச்சி.
வணக்கம். இயற்கை விவசாயிகள் ஒருங்கிணைந்து நடத்துவதே மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை. ஆரோக்கியமானவைகள் இயற்கை விவசாயத்தில் விளைந்தவைகள் கூடுதல் விலையின்றி நியாய விலையில் ஒரே இடத்தில் விவசாயிகள் உற்பத்தியாளர்கள் நேரடி விற்பனையில் நடைபெறுவதே மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை. இது ஒரு தனித்துவமான சந்தை. இந்த சந்தை வாரச்சந்தையாகவும் மாதச்சந்தையாகவும் நடைபெற்று வருகின்றது. வாரச்சந்தை ஒவ்வொரு வாரமும் புதன்கிழமைகளில் காலை 6 மணி முதல் 10 மணி வரை நடைபெறுகிறது. நடைபெறும் இடம் அசோக் பிளான்ட் நர்சரி, நம்பர் 4, 4வது கிழக்கு மெயின் ரோடு, அக்ஸலியன் கல்லூரி ரவுண்டானா அருகில், காந்தி நகர், வேலூர் 6. இதில் விவசாயிகள் நேரடியாக காய்கறிகள் பழங்கள், கீரைகள், பாரம்பரிய அரிசி வகைகள், எண்ணெய், தேன் போன்றவைகள் விற்பனை செய்கின்றார்கள். மாதாந்திர சந்தை ஒவ்வொரு மாதமும் 2ஆம் சனிக்கிழமைகளில் காலை 6 மணி முதல் 2 மணி வரை நடைபெறுகிறது. இடம் திருமகள் திருமண மண்டபம், அக்ஸிலியம் கல்லூரி சாலை, காந்தி நகர், வேலூர் 6. இந்த சந்தையில் காய்கறிகள், பழங்கள், கீரைகள், பாரம்பரிய அரிசி வகைகள், எண்ணெய், தேன், சத்துமாவு, ஊறுகாய் மற்றும் பிற மதிப்பு கூட்டப்பட்டவைகள் விற்பனை நடைபெறுகிறது. உங்கள் குடும்பத்தின் ஆரோக்கியமான வாழ்விற்காக உங்கள் வீட்டின் அருகில் நடைபெறுகிறது. அவசியம் வாருங்கள் என அன்புடன் அழைக்கும் மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை ஒருங்கிணைப்பு குழு. நன்றி.
நேயர்கள் இதுவரை கேட்டது மண் வாசனை உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 வேளாண்மை சார்ந்த தொழில்நுட்பம், பசுமை படரும் விவசாய தொழில்கள், பண்ணை முறைகள் என மானுடம் காக்கும் உழவு சார்ந்த நிகழ்ச்சி.
விவசாயி விவசாயி கடவுள் என்னும் முதலாளி கண்டெடுத்த தொழில்.
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மற்றும் விஐடி சமுதாய வானொலி இணைந்து வழங்கும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தி.
வணக்கம் நேயர்களே, இது உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 விஐடியின் சமுதாய வானொலி. தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தியில நான் உங்கள் திவ்யநேகா,
மதுமித்ரா,
காயத்ரி,
மாலினி,
ஷஷாந்த்.
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவர்கள். இன்னைக்கு நாம விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில இருக்கும் புதிய திட்டத்தை பற்றிய சுவாரஸ்யமான கலந்துரையாடலை கேட்போம். இடம் உள்ளூர் சந்தையில் 2 இயற்கை விவசாயிகளுக்கு நடக்கும் உரையாடல்.
என்ன கலா இந்த பக்கம் பார்த்தே ரொம்ப நாள் ஆச்சு.
அது ஒன்றும் இல்லை சீதாக்கா, எங்கள் தோட்டத்து மாம்பழத்தை வெளி மார்க்கெட்டுக்கு வண்டி ஏற்றி விட்டு காய்கறி வாங்கலாமேன்னு சந்தைக்கு வந்தேன். ஆமாம், நீங்கள் ஏன் உங்கள் மாம்பழத்தை எடுத்துட்டு இங்கே வந்திருக்கீங்க?
நானே உன்கிட்ட சொல்லான்னு தான் இருந்தேன். மகசூல் அதிகமாக வர ஆசைப்பட்டு உயிர் உரத்தை நிறைய வாங்கி போட்டேன். ஆனால் கடைசியில் பூவெல்லாம் கருகி மகசூலே வராமல் போயிடுச்சு. ஏதோ மிச்சம் இருக்க இந்த மாம்பழத்தை எடுத்துட்டு வந்த விலைக்கே வித்துட்டு போகலான்னு வந்திருக்கேன்.
அட என்னக்கா இப்படி சொல்கிற? நானும் தான் உயிர் உரத்தை போட்டேன், ஆனால் எனக்கு நிறைய மகசூல் வந்திருக்கே, உங்களுக்கு மட்டும் ஏன் வரல?
என்னடி சொல்கிற? என் நிலமும் உன் நிலமும் பக்கத்தில் தான் இருக்குது. உன் நிலத்தில் இருக்க அதே மண்ணு தான் என் நிலத்துலையும் இருக்குது. அப்புறம் ஏன் எனக்கு மட்டும் இப்படி நடக்குது?
சரி விடுக்கா, நம்மள மாதிரி இயற்கை விவசாயிகளுக்கு இது மாதிரி அடி அப்பப்போ விழ தான் செய்யும். அடுத்த முறை பார்த்துக்கலாம், விடுங்க.
அதே சந்தையில் விவசாயம் தொடர்பான சந்தை கணக்கெடுப்பதற்காக வந்த வேளாண் துறை மாணவி செல்வி இந்த உரையாடலை கேட்கிறாள்.
வணக்கங்க, என் பேர் செல்வி. நான் விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவி. நீங்கள் 2 பேரும் பேசிட்டு இருந்ததை கேட்டுட்டு தான் இருந்தேன். உங்களை மாதிரி விவசாயிகளுக்கு இருக்க பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு பண்ணி தீர்வு கொடுக்க தான் எங்கள் விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில் ஒரு புதிய திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்திருக்கோம். அந்த திட்டம் மூலயமா உங்களுக்கு தேவையான தீர்வை கொடுக்க முடியும்னு நம்புகிறேன்.
என்னம்மா சொல்கிற? இத்தனை வருஷமா விவசாயம் பண்ணுற எங்களுக்கே இது என்ன பிரச்சனை தெரியலம்மா. நீ இப்போதான் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்க, நீ எப்படிம்மா எங்களோட பிரச்சனைக்கு தீர்வை கொடுக்க முடியும்?
நீங்கள் சொல்கிறதும் சரிதாம்மா. ஆனால் எங்கள் ஆசிரியர்கள்லாம் அவங்க துறையில் வல்லுநர்களாக இருக்காங்க. நான் உங்கள் பிரச்சனையை அவங்கக்கிட்ட எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் சொல்லி அவங்க சொல்கிற தீர்வை உங்ககிட்ட வந்து சொல்லுவேன்.
அப்படியா? இது ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கே. அப்போது நான் என் நிலத்தில் இருக்க பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் சொன்னால் எனக்கு உடனே தீர்வு வந்துடுமா?
ஆமாம்மா, அதிகபட்சம் 2 நாளில் சொல்லிடுவாங்க. அப்படி அவங்களுக்கு தெரியலன்னா அவங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச மற்ற விவசாய விஞ்ஞானிகள் கிட்ட கேட்டு அவங்க தீர்வை சொல்லுவாங்க.
சரி சரி, அப்போது என் நிலத்தில் நான் என்னெல்லாம் பண்ணுறேன், என்ன பிரச்சனைலாம் இருக்குன்னு சொல்கிறேன், எழுதிக்கோமா.
பல்கலைக்கழகத்துல மாணவி செல்விக்கும் அவளுடைய ஆசிரியருக்கும் இடையே நடக்கும் உரையாடல்.
வணக்கம் சார்.
சொல்லுங்க செல்வி, நான் உங்களை விவசாயிகளை சந்திச்சு அவங்களோட பிரச்சனைகளை கேட்க சொல்லியிருந்தேனே, கேட்டிங்களா?
அதை பற்றி தான் சார் பேச வந்தேன். நான் நேற்று சந்தைக்கு போயிருந்தப்போ 2 இயற்கை விவசாயிகளை சந்தித்தேன். அவங்க 2 பேருமே இயற்கை முறையில் மாந்தோப்பு பராமரிக்கிறாங்க. அதில் ஒருத்தருக்கு மகசூல் அதிகமாக வந்திருக்கு, இன்னொருத்தருக்கு கம்மியாக வந்திருக்கு.
அப்படியா செல்வி? அவங்க நிலத்துல என்ன பயன்படுத்துகிறாங்கன்னு கேட்டிங்களா? அவங்களோட பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் விசாரிச்சிங்களா?
சார், நான் எல்லாத்தையுமே தெளிவாக கேட்டு எழுதிட்டு வந்திருக்கேன்.
எங்கே கொடுங்க பார்ப்போம்.
இந்தாங்க சார்.
பூ கருகிருக்குன்னு போட்டிருக்கு, தண்ணி கரெக்டாக இருக்குது, பூச்சியோ நோய் தாக்கலோ இல்லை. அப்படி பார்த்தா இது அநேகமாக பொட்டாசியம் அப்படி இல்லைன்னா நைட்ரஜன் அளவு அதிகமானதுனால வந்திருக்கலாம். எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் டைம் கொடுமா, நான் என்னன்னு பார்த்துட்டு நாளைக்கு உனக்கு தீர்வை சொல்கிறேன்.
சரிங்க சார்.
மறுநாள் ஆசிரியர் மாணவியிடம் விளக்கத்தை கொடுத்தார்.
செல்வி, நீ கொடுத்த விவரத்தெல்லாம் பார்த்தம்மா. நிலத்துல நைட்ரஜன் சத்து அதிகமானதுனால பூ கருகிருக்கு. நான் இந்த நோட்டில் விவரமாக எழுதியிருக்கேன். நீ படித்து அவங்களுக்கு புரிய வச்சிடுமா.
சரிங்க சார், நான் அவங்கள பார்த்து சொல்லிடுறேன்.
பின் மாணவி இயற்கை விவசாயியான சீதாவை சந்தித்தாள்.
வாமா செல்வி, நான் என் பிரச்சனைலாம் சொன்னனே, இதெல்லாம் தகவல் தெரிஞ்சுச்சா?
நானும் எங்கள் சார்கிட்ட போய் இது எல்லாத்தையும் சொன்னேன். அவரும் சில குறிப்புகள்லாம் கொடுத்துருக்காரு. அதை உங்ககிட்ட சொல்லலான் தான் வந்தேன். முதல்ல நீங்கள் என்ன தெரிஞ்சுக்கணுன்னா, ஒரே ஊரில் இருந்தாலும் வயலுக்கு வயல் மண்ணோட தன்மை மாறும். அதனால் 3 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை மண் பரிசோதனை செஞ்சு பார்க்கணும். நீங்கள் உயிர் உரம் போடும்போது அது கூட ஜீவாமிர்தத்தையும் சேர்த்து போட்டிருக்கீங்க. அதனால தான் நைட்ரஜனோட அளவு அதிகமாகி பூவெல்லாம் கருகியிருக்கு.
ஓ, இதில் இவ்வளோ விஷயம் இருக்கா? இதுக்கப்புறம் நான் கவனமாக இருக்கேம்மா. அப்படியே இந்த விஷயத்த அந்த கலாக்கிட்டையும் சொல்லி வைக்கிறேன். அப்போ தான் அவளும் முன்னெச்சரிக்கையாக இருப்பா.
இந்தாங்க என் நம்பர். வருங்காலத்தில் உங்களுக்கு எதனா பிரச்சனை இருந்துச்சுன்னா என்கிட்ட சொல்லுங்கள். நான் இதே மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு உதவுறேன்.
நம்ம விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில் விவசாயிகள் இணைப்பு திட்டம், அதாவது ஃபார்மர்ஸ் அட்டாச்மெண்ட் ப்ரோக்ராம் மூலமாக ஒவ்வொரு வேளாண் மாணவர்களையும் சீதா மாதிரி இருக்கிற விவசாயிகள் கூட இணைக்கும் போது கள பிரச்சனைகளை பற்றி மாணவர்களுக்கு விழிப்புணர்வு ஏற்படுது மற்றும் விவசாயிகளுக்கும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்குது. இந்த இருவழி கற்றல் திட்டத்தில் விவசாயிகளை ஆசிரியர்களாகவும் விஐடி வேளாண் துறை அங்கீகரிக்குது. மீண்டும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தியில் நாளை சந்திப்போம். நான் உங்கள் திவ்யநேகா,
மதுமித்ரா,
காயத்ரி,
மாலினி,
சஷாந்த்,
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவர்கள். இது உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 விஐடியின் சமுதாய வானொலி.
விவசாயி விவசாயி கடவுள் என்னும் முதலாளி கண்டெடுத்த
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மற்றும் விஐடி சமுதாய வானொலி இணைந்து வழங்கும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தி.
It's story time. In VIT Community Radio 90.8, you are going to listen to a short story written and narrated by Professor Pranesh Kumar, VIT University.
Title of the story: Padma. A land traditionally endued with myths and spirituality, India still pertains to its belief and notions, which sometimes are ridiculed as superstitious. Fortune tellers, tantris and sannyasis are welcomed, and their service is sought by an ordinary man, irrespective of whether he is an urban or rural dweller. The beginning of 1980s was a period in South India, especially in South Tamil Nadu, when most of the homes in villages were electrified, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. While some claim that light enlightened people, there are also notions that it wiped away the innocence of the ordinary. The hero of the story, Raghav, was employed in the electricity board. He was looked upon with great wonder and respect. People spoke to him rarely. It must be the fear factor or respect that made the villagers shy away from Raghav. Raghav was in his 40s. He had a fearful appearance with a huge imperialistic mustache, reddish eyes, and a gigantic figure which would scare away children. It was 6:30 p.m. Raghav rushed to the tea shop close to the Panchayat office. Mohan and Aji were waiting there for his arrival. In the dim light, Raghav could rightly locate them from a few meters away with the illuminated cigarettes on their lips. The silence of the eve was beautiful, with a movie song from the Tamil movie 16 Vayadinile that was ascending from the tea shop radio. The atmosphere was disturbed in intervals by a scratch noise. Probably it's the tea shop owner cleaning his vessels. Raghav, Mohan and Aji were friends right from their childhood days. Mohan and Aji were unemployed but survived on the income from their ancestral property. Among them, Mohan was the youngest. He differed from his friends, wearing a bell-bottomed pant and with a peculiar hairstyle that was trendy among youths of the time. Coming close to his friends, Raghav stopped, got on from the cycle and flipped down the stand, leaving it to rest. Aji offered a cigarette to Raghav. Before placing it between his lips, Mohan lighted it for Raghav with his own. The conversation began immediately after Raghav had 2 strong puffs of the dry tobacco roll. Aji, shall we proceed with it? Raghav, with what? Removing the cigarettes from his mouth. Mohan, should we narrate it again? Don't you remember the plan that we told you yesterday? Raghav, but I told you that I have very little knowledge about mantras. Did I not? Aji, so you are the right person. You have the little knowledge that we need. After giving a deep thought, Raghav replied, Raghav, Okay then, let's give a try. But only if you support me. Both the friends cheered as they were waiting for this word from Raghav. As it used to be, a wealthy landlord of the nearby village had a beautiful daughter. The fairy girl was possessed by the evil spirit Raktarashas, a bloodthirsty evil spirit. The landlord was much worried since it was the time when he was almost successful in fixing a bridegroom for his daughter Padma. Padma was then alienated. She sat at the corner of a dark room, staring at the window with wet eyes. She expressed a peculiar symptom. No one in the house went close to her. If that happened, she bit her own flesh to suck blood, thus scaring away others. Prayers and special pujas with offerings to the local deities were made. Kalam puja during midnight and all other means were tried but in vain. The distressed landlord promised a lump sum of 5,000 rupees for any tantri who would ward off the Raktarashas from his daughter. 5,000 rupees was a lump sum then. The secret news of Padma spread throughout the village. Everyone knew of this, but none dared to discuss about it in public. Aji's father Natraj, the prominent matchmaker of the village, brought home the story of Padma. Natraj was the matchmaker for Padma. When the story of the Raktarashas reached the three friends through Aji, they discussed the issue. The bone of content of the discussion was not Padma, but the 5,000 rupees. Three friends were in dire need of money. Mohan needed money to buy a new tape recorder. Raghav was aiming for a motorbike, and Aji wanted to buy a costly gift to impress his lady love. Aji said, "Merely dreaming about the lump sum will give us absolutely no result. How do we grab it?" Mohan. Raghav's grandfather was a well-known Vaidya and a Tantri. He was also an expert in warding off evil spirits. Raghav. Oh, that old man. It's all gone with him. Aji. Gone? No, it still exists in you. Raghav. Me? Aji. Yes, you. My dad often recalls your grandfather and concludes that Raghav resembles his grandfather in every minute detail. Raghav. But that's not all. Mohan. I have several experiences of witnessing tantris warding off evil spirits from people. It's an easy task. They chant and murmur mantras, and the major part would be beating the victim till he obeys his orders. If that's easy for you, why don't you? Before Raghav could complete, Aji interrupted. Aji, the appearance, that's your ancestral gift. Raghav. Okay, even if I accept it, imagine what would happen if the evil spirit pounces on me. Mohan. Raghav na? Wasn't it you who preached us Periyar thoughts and rational thinking? And now it's time to prove your dedication to Tandai Periyar. The conversation came to a halt. All the three lighted their cigarettes, which they shared from the same pack. Before departing, Raghav promised his friends that he would give a reply the next day evening. That night, Raghav could continuously listen to the hooting sound of an owl, for he with the owl had a sleepless night. The search for his grandfather's personal records in the old granary began early in the morning before his wife woke up. A few worn-out, hardly readable palm leaf inscriptions were the only record, but he could find a little solace in it. He decided not to back off the challenge. Soon, the news about the arrival of an expert tantri was sent to the landlord with a detailed list of the puja materials. Aji acted as a messenger between the tantri and the landlord. A Paurnami, full moon day Friday, was fixed for the puja. Raghav dressed himself in such a manner that his true identity will not be revealed. The three boarded a bus to a particular destination in the village, from where they were fetched by the landlord's car. The driver of the car bowed before Raghav as a sign of respect. This made Mohan and Aji breathe a sigh of relief, but Raghav's heart was pounding heavily. Before descending from the car, Raghav closed his eyes for a few seconds and pretended as if he is drawing energy. In reality, he prayed to his long-dead grandfather seeking guidance. The landlord and his wife warmly welcomed Raghav to their home. Seated majestically, Raghav uttered, "I could feel the presence of an evil as soon as I stepped into your home. She has posed a challenge to me. Don't worry, I'll take her away with me." Meanwhile, Mohan and Aji were busy in the backyard creating the ambience for the puja, which was scheduled to begin soon. Raghav was taken to the isolated room where Padma was held captive. As soon as he stepped in, the light was switched on by the landlord. Raghav's red eyes opened widely and he fixed his gaze on Padma, who was seated on the floor in a corner. Padma did not react immediately at the presence of Raghav, probably because she had had enough experience with tantris quite often by then. Raghav's eyes were still set strong on Padma. Actually, he was stunned by the unblemished beauty of Padma, a beauty that makes one speechless. When Raghav moved close to her, she screamed violently, and in the peak of her fits, she bit her arm, close to the elbow along with her garment. Immediately blood gushed from her mouth and arm. Seeing this, Raghav was taken aback, but did not react. Padma now fainted and threw herself on the floor. She wore a half sari. The visible portions of her body showed red scars, which must have been the result of the beatings she received from the earlier tantris. She lay down like a white hibiscus with red marks. Coming back, Raghav sat before the holy fire and started chanting few mantras as tantris do. He wore a red-colored dhoti and tied a red-colored scarf around his forehead. Flowers and herbs were dropped into the sacred fire with closed eyes and lip chanting mantras. It was midnight. The landlord and his wife witnessed the scene with utmost dedication. After a few minutes, Raghav ordered Aji and Mohan to bring Padma. They both disappeared into the house. Soon a scream was heard. The noise increased as Padma was brought to the backyard. She was screaming violently, trying to free herself from the clutches of the two. The highest form of compassion and concern was expressive on the face of Padma's mother. Padma sat helplessly staring at the fire. The blood stains on her face were now clearly visible through the flames. After a few moments, Raghav stretched his arm towards Aji to get a stick from him. Standing up, Raghav started beating Padma violently. Padma did not react. She sat still. No one would ever dare to harm such an innocent beauty. It was as if beating a tender baby for no reason. Probably this feeling must have stopped Raghav from proceeding further. With his reddish burning eyes, he looked ferociously at Aji and handed the stick to him, cueing him to continue with beating. While Aji continued, Raghav shouted, "Will you leave this body?" For which Padma gave a loud cry, "No." Not able to witness the scene, Padma's mother left the place with panic, followed by her father. Second expanded to minutes, and minutes to hours. In another couple of hours it would be dawn. The voice of Padma became faint. She hardly opened her mouth, but shook her head rhythmically to convey the message, "No, no." Padma was wet with sweat and blood. She lay down like a wet flag on the roadside, unattended by party cadres after a meeting. Now Padma was partially dragged to her room. After leaving her alone, the three looked at each other. Raghav gave a tight-lipped expression and nodded his head to admit his failure. He rubbed the kumkum from his forehead and descended down the stairs. He sat on the first step. After giving a second thought, Raghav took a piece of electric wire which was lying on the floor and rushed towards Padma. Padma was cornered. Holding the folded wire in his arm, he raised it to beat Padma, but to his shock, she grabbed his feet, fell on it and pleaded. She cried with a sweet voice, "Please, leave me." Raghav was moved. Raghav closely watched her lips for more words. She paused. A drop of water would fall from a melting ice only when the required amount gets collected. Now the drop fell. "I am normal. I don't have any illness," Padma said in a soft voice. Raghav, "But you?" "Padma, can you help me?" Before Raghav could give an answer, Padma continued, "I am in love with my cousin, but our families are not in good terms. My parents will never accept him as my pair. If I reveal it, Chandran may be in trouble. He is serving in the Indian army. He'll be back by the end of this month. I have to wait just for 15 days more to postpone this marriage that my parents have arranged for me." "Raghav, you tortured yourself by biting?" Raghav paused when Padma took out few packets of kumkum hidden under her garment. That was the secret behind their blood-sucking act. Raghav was stunned. Padma continued, "I know you are not a tantri." Hearing this, Raghav touched his face and dress with his fingers to make sure if his makeup hasn't deceived him. "You never uttered a correct mantra." Raghav expressed a surrendered look of a child in front of his mother. Padma continued, "My parents will not let me out of the house." Those were the days when women were denied freedom to move about, especially after the marriage is being fixed. In most of the communities, women did not have any freedom in choosing their life partners too. It was considered wrong for a woman to express her opinion about the choice of her parents. Some women considered that pretension of being possessed by an evil spirit was the only way by which they could get an outlet to express their views. Whatever she uttered in this form was considered as a word of the spirit which possessed her. Padma was one such victim. Raghav was deeply moved by the depth of love that Padma had for Chandran. She had withstood all the humiliations of the tantri for her love. Padma carefully stood up, stretched her hand towards the picture of goddess Lakshmi and took a piece of paper which was hidden behind it. She carefully handed the paper to Raghav. Can you inform Chandran that my parents are busy in getting me married to another man, please? Raghav took the paper and looked into the contact details. Nodding his head as a sign of acceptance, he moved out. Just as he stepped out of the room, he could hear the murmuring sound of his friends outside. Then something struck him. He swiftly turned back to Padma. Holding the paper in one arm and the other arm holding the door, Raghav uttered to Padma in a feeble sound, "Can you do us a favor?" Padma looked at Raghav with an expression that signaled proceed. "Raghav, I assure you that we will unite you with Chandran. But till then, can you stop this self-punishing at least for our sake?" Hearing this, like streams of water in a dry place, Padma's lips started to smile after a long time. "Padma, don't worry, you will get your reward." The word was kept. Years passed, and today Padma and Chandran are happy with their children and grandchildren. Today, as the opinion of women is being sought by their parents for all the factors that concern their life, the cases of women possessed by evil spirit in the society has declined.
Dear listeners, you had listened to a short story written and narrated by Professor Pranesh Kumar, VIT University, in VIT Community Radio 90.8.
விவசாயி விவசாயி கடவுள் என்னும் முதலாளி கண்டெடுத்த தொழில்
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மற்றும் விஐடி சமுதாய வானொலி இணைந்து வழங்கும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தி.
வணக்கம் நேயர்களே, இது உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 விஐடியின் சமுதாய வானொலி. தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தியில நான் உங்கள் திவ்யநேகா,
மதுமித்ரா,
காயத்ரி,
மாலினி,
ஷஷாந்த்.
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவர்கள். இன்னைக்கு நாம விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில இருக்கும் புதிய திட்டத்தை பற்றிய சுவாரஸ்யமான கலந்துரையாடலை கேட்போம். இடம் உள்ளூர் சந்தையில் 2 இயற்கை விவசாயிகளுக்கு நடக்கும் உரையாடல்.
என்ன கலா இந்த பக்கம் பார்த்தே ரொம்ப நாள் ஆச்சு.
அது ஒன்றும் இல்லை சீதாக்கா, எங்கள் தோட்டத்து மாம்பழத்தை வெளி மார்க்கெட்டுக்கு வண்டி ஏற்றி விட்டு காய்கறி வாங்கலாமேன்னு சந்தைக்கு வந்தேன். ஆமாம், நீங்கள் ஏன் உங்கள் மாம்பழத்தை எடுத்துட்டு இங்கே வந்திருக்கீங்க?
நானே உன்கிட்ட சொல்லான்னு தான் இருந்தேன். மகசூல் அதிகமாக வர ஆசைப்பட்டு உயிர் உரத்தை நிறைய வாங்கி போட்டேன். ஆனால் கடைசியில் பூவெல்லாம் கருகி மகசூலே வராமல் போயிடுச்சு. ஏதோ மிச்சம் இருக்க இந்த மாம்பழத்தை எடுத்துட்டு வந்த விலைக்கே வித்துட்டு போலான்னு வந்திருக்கேன்.
அட என்னக்கா இப்படி சொல்கிற? நானும் தான் உயிர் உரத்தை போட்டேன், ஆனால் எனக்கு நிறைய மகசூல் வந்திருக்கே, உங்களுக்கு மட்டும் ஏன் வரல?
என்னடி சொல்கிற? என் நிலமும் உன் நிலமும் பக்கத்து பக்கத்தில் தான் இருக்குது. உன் நிலத்தில் இருக்க அதே மண்ணு தான் என் நிலத்துலையும் இருக்குது. அப்புறம் ஏன் எனக்கு மட்டும் இப்படி நடக்குது?
சரி விடுக்கா, நம்மள மாதிரி இயற்கை விவசாயிகளுக்கு இது மாதிரி அடி அப்பப்போ விழதான் செய்யும். அடுத்த முறை பார்த்துக்கலாம், விடுங்க.
அதே சந்தையில் விவசாயம் தொடர்பான சந்தை கணக்கெடுப்பதற்காக வந்த வேளாண் துறை மாணவி செல்வி இந்த உரையாடலை கேட்கிறாள்.
வணக்கங்க, என் பேர் செல்வி. நான் விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவி. நீங்கள் 2 பேரும் பேசிட்டு இருந்ததை கேட்டுட்டு தான் இருந்தேன். உங்களை மாதிரி விவசாயிகளுக்கு இருக்க பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு பண்ணி தீர்வு கொடுக்க தான் எங்கள் விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில் ஒரு புதிய திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்திருக்கோம். அந்த திட்டம் மூலயமா உங்களுக்கு தேவையான தீர்வை கொடுக்க முடியும்னு நம்புகிறேன்.
என்னம்மா சொல்கிற? இத்தனை வருஷமா விவசாயம் பண்ணுற எங்களுக்கே இது என்ன பிரச்சனை தெரியலம்மா. நீ இப்போதான் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்க, நீ எப்படிம்மா எங்களோட பிரச்சனைக்கு தீர்வை கொடுக்க முடியும்?
நீங்கள் சொல்கிறதும் சரிதாம்மா. ஆனால் எங்கள் ஆசிரியர்கள்லாம் அவங்க துறையில் வல்லுநர்களாக இருக்காங்க. நான் உங்கள் பிரச்சனையை அவங்கக்கிட்ட எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் சொல்லி அவங்க சொல்கிற தீர்வை உங்ககிட்ட வந்து சொல்லுவேன்.
அப்படியா? இது ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கே. அப்போது நான் என் நிலத்தில் இருக்க பிரச்சனைலாம் சொன்னால் எனக்கு உடனே தீர்வு வந்துடுமா?
ஆமாம்மா, அதிகபட்சம் 2 நாளில் சொல்லிடுவாங்க. அப்படி அவங்களுக்கு தெரியலன்னா அவங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச மற்ற விவசாய விஞ்ஞானிகள் கிட்ட கேட்டு அவங்க தீர்வை சொல்லுவாங்க.
சரி சரி, அப்போது என் நிலத்தில் நான் என்னெல்லாம் பண்ணுறேன், என்ன பிரச்சனைலாம் இருக்குன்னு சொல்கிறேன், எழுதிக்கோமா.
பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் மாணவி செல்விக்கும் அவளுடைய ஆசிரியருக்கும் இடையே நடக்கும் உரையாடல்.
வணக்கம் சார்.
சொல்லுங்க செல்வி, நான் உங்களை விவசாயிகளை சந்திச்சு அவங்களோட பிரச்சனைகளை கேட்க சொல்லியிருந்தேனே, கேட்டிங்களா?
அதை பற்றி தான் சார் பேச வந்தேன். நான் நேற்று சந்தைக்கு போயிருந்தப்போ 2 இயற்கை விவசாயிகளை சந்தித்தேன். அவங்க 2 பேருமே இயற்கை முறையில் மாந்தோப்பு பராமரிக்கிறாங்க. அதில் ஒருத்தருக்கு மகசூல் அதிகமாக வந்திருக்கு, இன்னொருத்தருக்கு கம்மியாக வந்திருக்கு.
அப்படியா செல்வி? அவங்க நிலத்துல என்ன பயன்படுத்துறாங்கன்னு கேட்டிங்களா? அவங்களோட பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் விசாரிச்சிங்களா?
சார், நான் எல்லாத்தையுமே தெளிவாக கேட்டு எழுதிட்டு வந்திருக்கேன்.
எங்க கொடுங்க பார்ப்போம்.
இந்தாங்க சார்.
பூ கருகிருக்குன்னு போட்டிருக்கு, தண்ணி கரெக்டாக இருக்கு, பூச்சியோ நோய் தாக்கலோ இல்லை. அப்படி பார்த்தா இது அநேகமாக பொட்டாசியம் அப்படி இல்லைன்னா நைட்ரஜன் அளவு அதிகமானதுனால வந்திருக்கலாம். எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் டைம் கொடுமா, நான் என்னன்னு பார்த்துட்டு நாளைக்கு உனக்கு தீர்வை சொல்கிறேன்.
சரிங்க சார்.
மறுநாள் ஆசிரியர் மாணவியிடம் விளக்கத்தை கொடுத்தார்.
செல்வி, நீ கொடுத்த விவரத்தெல்லாம் பார்த்தம்மா. நிலத்துல நைட்ரஜன் சத்து அதிகமானதுனால பூ கருகிருக்கு. நான் இந்த நோட்டில் விவரமாக எழுதியிருக்கேன், நீ படித்து அவங்களுக்கு புரிய வச்சிடுமா.
சரிங்க சார், நான் அவங்கள பார்த்து சொல்லிடுறேன்.
பின் மாணவி இயற்கை விவசாயியான சீதாவை சந்தித்தாள்.
வாமா செல்வி, நான் என் பிரச்சனைலாம் சொன்னனே, இதெல்லாம் தகவல் தெரிஞ்சுச்சா?
நானும் எங்கள் சார் கிட்ட போய் இது எல்லாத்தையும் சொன்னேன். அவரும் சில குறிப்புகள்லாம் கொடுத்துருக்காரு. அதை உங்ககிட்ட சொல்லலான் தான் வந்தேன். முதல்ல நீங்கள் என்ன தெரிஞ்சுக்கணுன்னா, ஒரே ஊரில் இருந்தாலும் வயலுக்கு வயல் மண்ணோட தன்மை மாறும். அதனால் 3 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை மண் பரிசோதனை செஞ்சு பார்க்கணும். நீங்கள் உயிர் உரம் போடும்போது அது கூட ஜீவாமிர்தத்தையும் சேர்த்து போட்டிருக்கீங்க. அதனால தான் நைட்ரஜனோட அளவு அதிகமாகி பூவெல்லாம் கருகிருக்கு.
ஓ, இதில் இவ்வளோ விஷயம் இருக்கா? இதுக்கப்புறம் நான் கவனமாக இருக்கமா. அப்படியே இந்த விஷயத்த அந்த கலாக்கிட்டையும் சொல்லி வைக்கிறேன். அப்போ தான் அவளும் முன்னெச்சரிக்கையாக இருப்பா.
இந்தாங்க என் நம்பர். வருங்காலத்தில் உங்களுக்கு எதனா பிரச்சனை இருந்துச்சுன்னா என்கிட்ட சொல்லுங்கள், நான் இதே மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு உதவுறேன்.
நம்ம விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில் விவசாயிகள் இணைப்பு திட்டம், அதாவது ஃபார்மர்ஸ் அட்டாச்மெண்ட் ப்ரோக்ராம் மூலமாக ஒவ்வொரு வேளாண் மாணவர்களையும் சீதா மாதிரி இருக்கிற விவசாயிகள் கூட இணைக்கும் போது கள பிரச்சனைகளை பற்றி மாணவர்களுக்கு விழிப்புணர்வு ஏற்படுது மற்றும் விவசாயிகளுக்கும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்குது. இந்த இருவழி கற்றல் திட்டத்தில் விவசாயிகளை ஆசிரியர்களாகவும் விஐடி வேளாண் துறை அங்கீகரிக்குது. மீண்டும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தியில் நாளை சந்திப்போம். நான் உங்கள் திவ்யநேகா,
மதுமித்ரா,
காயத்ரி,
மாலினி,
சஷாந்த்,
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவர்கள். இது உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 விஐடியின் சமுதாய வானொலி.
விவசாயி விவசாயி கடவுள் என்னும் முதலாளி கண்டெடுத்த தொழில்.
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மற்றும் விஐடி சமுதாய வானொலி இணைந்து வழங்கும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தி.
மண் வாசனை உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 வேளாண்மை சார்ந்த தொழில்நுட்பம், பசுமை படரும் விவசாய தொழில்கள், பண்ணை முறைகள் என மானுடம் காக்கும் உழவு சார்ந்த நிகழ்ச்சி.
வணக்கம். உணவே மருந்து எனும் உயரிய கோட்பாட்டில் இயங்குவது நமது சமூகம். உணவினை கட்டுப்படுத்துவதன் மூலமே நோய்களை கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியும் என்கின்ற உயரிய கோட்பாடு நமது சமூகத்தின் கோட்பாடு. இன்று உணவின் வழி ஏராளமான நச்சு நமது உடலில் சேருவதும் அதனால் ஏராளமான நோய்களுக்கு ஆட்படுவதும் நடந்தேறி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. உச்சகட்டமாக கேள்விப்பட்டது, அறிந்தது, தாய்ப்பாலிலும் விஷம் கலந்திருக்கின்ற உண்மைதான். இதற்கு காரணம் அந்த தாய் எடுத்துக்கொண்ட உணவில் இருந்த நச்சுத்தன்மைதான் என்பதை ஆய்வுகள் தெளிவுபடுத்தின. இன்றைய காலகட்டத்தில் நச்சில்லாத உணவை மக்களுக்கு கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக இயற்கை விவசாயிகள் பல சங்கடங்களுக்கு இடையில, பல கடுமையான உழைப்புக்கு இடையில உற்பத்தி செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்கள் எந்தவித ரசாயன உரத்தையோ ரசாயன பூச்சிக்கொல்லிகளையோ பயன்படுத்தாமல் இயற்கை உரங்களையும் இயற்கை பூச்சி விரட்டிகளையும் பயன்படுத்தி உணவை உற்பத்தி செய்கிறார்கள். காய்கறிகள், கீரைகள், பாரம்பரிய அரிசி வகைகள், அதே போலவே சிறுதானிய வகைகள் அனைத்தையும் உற்பத்தி செய்து மக்களுக்கு அளிப்பதற்காக தயாராக இருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்களுக்கான ஒரு மேடையாக மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றோம். மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை வழியாக மக்களுக்கு நேரடியாக இந்த ரசாயன உரம் கலக்காத உணவுகள், குறிப்பாக காய்கறிகள், கீரைகள், பழங்கள், அதே போலவே சிறுதானியங்கள் கிடைப்பதற்காக மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை என்கின்ற ஒரு எளிய சந்தையினை உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றோம். இது ஆரோக்கியமானவைகள், இயற்கை விவசாயத்தில் விளைந்தவைகள் கூடுதல் விலையின்றி நியாய விலையில் ஒரே இடத்தில் விவசாயிகள், உற்பத்தியாளர்கள் நேரடி விற்பனையில் இந்த சந்தை இயங்குகிறது. இது ஒரு தனித்துவமான சந்தை. இயற்கை விவசாயிகள் ஒருங்கிணைந்து நடத்தும் வாரச்சந்தை மற்றும் மாதச்சந்தை வழக்கமாக நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது. வாரச்சந்தையை பொறுத்தவரையில் ஒவ்வொரு வாரமும் புதன்கிழமைகளில் காலை 6 மணி முதல் 10 மணி வரை நடைபெறுகிறது. நடைபெறும் இடம் அசோக் பிளான் நர்சரி, நம்பர் 4, 4வது கிழக்கு மெயின் ரோடு, ஆக்சிலியம் கல்லூரி ரவுண்டானா அருகில், காந்தி நகர், வேலூர் 6. இதற்கான தொடர்பாளர் டி ராஜேஷ், 709226293995. இவரை தொடர்பு கொண்டு வாங்குவதாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, விற்பனை செய்யக்கூடிய விவசாயிகளாக இருந்தாலும் இவரை தொடர்பு கொள்ளலாம். இதை தவிர மாதம் ஒரு முறை சிறப்பு சந்தையாக மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை ஒவ்வொரு மாதமும் 2ஆம் சனிக்கிழமைகளில் காலை 6 மணி முதல் 2 மணி வரை நடைபெறுகிறது. இடம் திருமகள் திருமண மண்டபம், ஆக்சிலியம் கல்லூரி சாலை, காந்தி நகர், வேலூர் 6. இந்த சந்தையில் காய்கறிகள், பழங்கள், கீரைகள், பாரம்பரிய அரிசி வகைகள், எண்ணெய், தேன், சத்துமாவு, ஊறுகாய் மற்றும் பிற மதிப்பு கூட்டப்பட்டவைகள் விற்பனைக்கு கிடைக்கின்றன. உங்கள் குடும்பத்தின் ஆரோக்கியமான வாழ்விற்காக உங்கள் வீட்டின் அருகில் அவசியம் வாருங்கள். அன்புடன் அழைக்கும் மக்கள் நலச்சந்தை ஒருங்கிணைப்பு குழு. நன்றி.
நேயர்கள் இதுவரை கேட்டது மண் வாசனை உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8. வேளாண்மை சார்ந்த தொழில்நுட்பம், பசுமை படரும் விவசாய தொழில்கள், பண்ணை முறைகள் என மானுடம் காக்கும் உழவு சார்ந்த நிகழ்ச்சி.
Hello VIT, this is RJ Srijani from VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM. We are here for a CAL feedback session from the BTech and MTech students of the Sense Department. Let us see what they have to say about CAL and how it has helped them. Hello VIT, this is RJ Srijani and we are here for a CAL feedback session from 7 batches, and the first batch is ECE with specialization in IoT and sensors. So could you please introduce yourselves?
My name is Anusha Subramanian.
Hi, I am Kishan Kumar.
Hello, my name is Shilin Saraswat.
So you guys are the first batch in IoT. So how has CAL exactly helped you with application-based learning?
See, we have certain applications in the subjects which we are learning which cannot be covered in detail as a part of the syllabus. So they give it to us as digital assignments, and that helps you to research and write on your own and self-learning.
We also get digital assignments, and whatever we get in digital assignments is not actually exactly related to theory, but it's an application of the theory. So that gives us a more broad knowledge of that particular topic.
So basically whatever you're learning, you also get to apply it in a real-time scenario.
Yes.
What do you think about embedded labs, which include theory as well as labs? How do you think they help you?
The best part of embedded labs is that whatever we are taught in theory, the same thing is done in the lab with some practical approach. We get to know about how actually things work. In theory, we know the theory part, okay, but actually making it done is a different task. So we get to know that thing there in the embedded labs.
So whatever you're learning, you're immediately applying it as well.
Yes.
All right. So how do you think CAL has helped you to think out of the box and come up with new ideas?
Like we have the J component in the projects, so the studying all the theories, getting into the practicals, and after that getting some ideas like in which we are interested. So with the help of that ideas and the support of the teachers and all, so and CAL we are exposed to the outside world with the ideas and all. So we are capable enough to do our project on our own, and hence we are improving our skills on doing the practical knowledge as well.
If we have an idea that is not strictly related to the topics we have in the syllabus but still related to the subject, we have a platform where we can apply those ideas and do something on our own, and teachers always help us. So that's how CAL Anji compliment
So we
helps
see
us.
that CAL is helping the students to apply what they're learning, and also it increases the interaction between the faculties and the students. So that was all from ECE with IoT. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have here with me 4 students from the branch BTech ECE. Could you please introduce yourselves?
Hello everybody, I am Shruti and I am from BTech ECE second year.
Hi guys, I'm Damodaran, BTech EC second year.
My name is Krishna Aditya. I'm from BTech EC second year.
Hello, my name is Anubhav Priya and I'm also from BTech second year.
So all of you are from second year, so I'm guessing that it's been 2 years since you followed the CAL curriculum and you've had a lot of ideas and thoughts about it. So we have digital assignments, we have 3 of them per semester. So what do you think? How does that help in exploring your own boundaries?
I think digital assignments have opened up a new arena of thinking rather. It has helped us broaden our horizon, making it first digital. So we have a lot of like MATLAB codings and Simulink which we can do digitally, which we cannot make it with hand. It's difficult for us. So I think that helps us to figure out and learn more softwares, come up with better ideas and present it in a much better way than the traditional ones that we used to do before.
Okay, so you're learning a lot more because of the assignments. Yeah. I heard that you recently also had a makeathon. How did that help you?
The Makeathon is a very good concept where you get your project ready in 24 hours. And personally, I've been to a lot of hackathons before, and I've always thought, why is not school having it? But then from the past 1 year, Sense schools have started Makeathon, and a lot of other schools are taking the concept of Makeathon, and it's always helping students to build a project in a 24 hours. They can't complain that I do not have the time, because that's the whole point of a Makeathon, and you get to do it in 24 hours. And Sense School has also reached out to other big companies like Johnson Controls to have one of their Makeathons. And it was actually helpful for us. We were able to get an internship and a couple of other things, which is actually helping our it's like projects based on curriculum, which is the whole point of CAL. So it's a very good thing which is happening. The concept of Makeathon should be taken up to the next 2 years also, so that the other juniors can also start working on projects sooner.
So basically it teaches you about time management as well as gives you a hands-on experience.
Yeah.
So, okay, so tell me something about how labs have changed. Like before we used to have experiments. Nowadays they call them tasks. So what is the difference?
Yeah, if you take a little while to figure out what CAL has been doing with us, the new curriculum that has been established, you'll figure out that it's actually making us use the concepts rather than, testing the concepts. We test them in the theory classes, or we generally assume that those concepts work, and then we directly put it to use. So these tasks or the Makeathon or digital assignments, they're all a way of, making use of those concepts. So nowadays we have challenging tasks in the labs other than predefined experiments that have been, followed in universities for around, I think, after a major academic change that might have happened during independence of India. But after that we've changed, and that is a big step. Now we have challenging tasks and students actually put their brains into it.
So you're learning something in theory and then you get to check it out whether you actually have interest in it and whether it works, the concept. Alright. So the teachers also pay visits to industries regularly. So how do you think that helps in the development of curriculum as a whole?
Okay, these industrial visits are a huge boon because we see teachers and other people arguing for application-oriented thinking and application-oriented questions, and they argue for universities to start promoting education that promotes application and research and all that. So these industrial visits help the students get an actual live idea of what they learn and how it is put to use. They see that if I learn something in network theory, this is how it's used. If I learn something in linear integrated circuits, this is how it's used. And I get to see that if I learn something, this is how I will be able to put it to use. And these are the things that are lacking. I can try to fix these. I can try to innovate. I can try to ideate and get more innovation through the projects and the research that I do. And these industrial visits help the student gauge what the present scenario in their field is.
Okay, so from their feedback we realize that CAL systems help students realize that what they are studying can be actually applied in some field when they actually go out of college. So that was BTech EC. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have here with me MTech VLSI. Could you please introduce yourselves?
Hey guys, my name is Sabrish. I'm from MTech VLSI.
Hi, I'm Ketan. I'm from MTech VLSI Design.
Hello everyone, I'm Jivita NM from MTech VLSI Design.
Hi everyone, this is Kirtika Chakrabarti from MTech and VLSI Design.
So let's see what you have to say about the CAL system. I recently heard that you guys had an industrial academia conclave. So how did that help you?
Yeah, that was a great experience and that was one of a kind and basically a first of a kind event in VIT when there were 15 people from the industry, prominent people from from industries like Intel and IBM and Global Foundries. They were on a single platform in VIT and they were discussing about the current issues and current scenes, and the second half of the event was extremely new and extremely innovative in such a way that it was an open discussion where all the 15 people were on one platform and they were discussing with students. So they are trying to discuss the gap that needs to be bridged between the industry and the students coming out of it.
Okay, so basically you got to know what is the current scenario in the industries, and you also could ask them questions if you had any.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so CAL is all about hands-on learning. So has it helped you in learning how the machines actually work and what goes on inside them and actually apply it?
Yes, actually let me give you a few scenarios where this actually is helpful. So for us, it's VLSI is morely based on computer aided tools, right? So we have subjects where we have the facility to have labs, and there are few subjects where we don't have labs as such. So let me come to a scenario where we have subjects with labs, right? So the labs, experiments that we perform are very limited and very narrow with respect to the academics. That's probably one of the reason being that it's a short span of 4 months. So if we need to explore something outside this, it's very difficult to do so. So these CAL projects give us an opportunity to take up topics which are not covered in our academics. So we can explore these topics, widen the horizon in a particular subject. And these tools help us to learn these concepts better. So that's one application of learning these tools via CAL. And one more scenario is where we have these particular tools available, but we don't have the facility to have labs because there's a shortage of time, right? So these tools, we learn the concepts theoretically in class. So we have a 3-hour lecture, 2-hour lecture per week, and we have few theory concepts taught to us, but most of us lack in applying these concepts practically. So what industry wants nowadays is not just learning the concepts, but trying to apply these concepts to solve real world problems. So that's where these tools comes in, and if you have a grip over these tools, so you'll be able to stand apart in the crowd. And not only that, it helps you understand the basics, and if you know these tools really well up to a certain extent, you can actually claim to know these tools, and in the industry you can start working on these projects hands-on instead of them spending time on you teaching the tools. So this is one of the advantages that we actually could take from CAL tools and all that.
So since it is actually part of a curriculum, you actually learn something, and it is not something which is extra.
Yes.
Right. So you guys are MTech students. So how do you feel it is different from what you've done in BTech? Like how do you think things have changed, and what is better now?
I think that CAL is going to help to think real-time issues in a different angle and different manner. These real-time scenarios can be easily overlooked in labs, assignments, and in classes. Actually, in lab, we are not having a particular set of experiments to do with. They will teach us some of the concepts in particular lab. After that, they will give some of the tasks, which is having a different kinds of issues, different types of problems. That task we are going to perform in the lab itself. So in that 2 hours, we are going to learn how to approach a particular problem and how to think that particular problem in a different manner. And one of other experience is that in assignments, we are not getting like, they won't give the assignments like to copy and paste some particular theory or something else. They will give a challenging experiments in that also. So those assignments also we have to perform in lab. So we are going to think how to write a code for the particular real-time scenarios that we are going to learn in this CAL system. So these labs, these assignments, and these projects are helping us to think a particular problem in a practical manner, which are going to help in the interview further.
Okay, so you know how to deal with it if it actually comes in real life. So, being MTech students, you might have colleagues in other colleges as well. So, how do you think that you are like one step forward them, or how is it different, like with regard to the application?
Here, in my opinion, I would like to add a very strong point to the CAL curriculum. That is, we regularly have at regular intervals of time, we have these guest lectures and industry people coming, and we have a face-to-face interaction with them. And astonishingly, we get such kinds of news that we are not knowing if we are in a monotonous kind of curriculum. So CAL curriculum is different in this way that we get to know what is actually happening in the industry, and what we can strengthen, how we can strengthen our skills in and what we can learn in the labs. And also there is another important aspect of CAL curriculum, that is our faculty sometimes goes to the industry, and there they evaluate and see how our seniors are doing there, and if there are some kind of improvements that can be actually incorporated into the CAL curriculum, they again come here and give us a feedback regarding the CAL curriculum, and we get to know more new things, and this is how we get updated. So CAL curriculum is really helpful.
So since MTech students are just one step away from actually going into the industries and working, so the CAL system is very helpful for you since you actually know the current industrial scenario, right?
Yes.
So that was all from MTech VLSI. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I have here with me MTech Communication Engineering. Could you please introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Praveen, doing my MTech first year in Communication Engineering.
I'm Shilpa. I'm from first year MTech Communication.
I'm Harshita Tiwari, Communication first year.
I'm Shruti Sinha from the same branch.
Alright. So you guys have industrial guest lectures. So how does that help you in actually approaching the guest lecturer for internships or for an external project guide?
Yeah, we are attending many guest lectures here, and for different subjects they are divided. The faculties are approaching the guest, and they are going to the industries, and they are bringing up new guest in front of us, just for the sake that we should be aware what is going on outside. Theory knowledge is one thing, but other than theory, what is going outside is basically possible with the help of guest only. So what my experience is, earlier I attended one guest lecture recently only. It was IoT based, and Dr. Morris came from Malaysia, and he has given many points on sensors. Basically, I'm interested on manufacturing of sensor. I interacted with him. He has given me card also, and he told me to be in touch always. So he's approaching means he's helping me to aware what is going on in the Malaysia and what companies are there who are working on the same thing. So it's basically helping for all of us to be aware and to be in touch with the interns people. And basically what the major thing is, the students are interacting with them, their complexities, and they are feeling some hesitation kind of things are reduces, and they are feeling more friendly to interact the some other kind of people.
Okay, so you basically get to realize what your interests are, and so you can interact with the current guest lecturer.
So what actually happens is, you get to meet a lot of people from various industries. When approached individually, you don't get a chance to, directly have a discussion with them. Right. So this is a platform wherein we can interact with eminent people from different industries at a time, at a place, at a single place, at our own convenience. So we get to talk on a personal basis. We can have personal interactions, and we can get to know better, because I've experienced this. When approached individually, the response from the industry wouldn't be much effective, because it's not channeled properly. We don't channel our communication properly. So this is actually a better platform, and we get to meet people on a personal basis. That's effective than
Alright, so it's much easier for you to make contacts as well. That's right? Yeah. So what do you think about self-learning? How does CAL promote self-learning?
Actually, the thing is that they have reduced the 3 credit subject, that means 3 hours per week to 2 hours per week. Okay. So what happens that we get more time to study ourselves. So they're promoting self-learning that ways, and also in labs and all, they tell us that what experiment we are going to do next week, so that we learn about it beforehand and come, so that we can perform much more than what is required. So we will learn more practical things about that.
So that is how they are promoting self-learning.
So you're thinking more.
Yeah.
It helps us,
Yeah, it
you know,
helps
get
us to-
industry ready.
Yeah, actually.
Because out there in the company, there's no one going to be, you know, spoon feeding you. They're not
Yeah.
going to be, you know, teaching you stuff out there. You'll have to learn by yourself. So that starts here in Cal. So
Right. So what do you think about the J component or the compulsory project-based learning?
Yeah, now we are doing for every subject one project, and like that we can know about every subject what is doing in practical level, and for a final product we require one multidisciplinary. We know about many subject at a time. By doing J component we get the knowledge about that, and we can extend our J component as a paper and we can publish in our conference. Like that we can do.
Right. So it also helps for you to know where your actual interest lies.
Yeah.
Right.
So in fact, you know, as master students, like we have final thesis. So if it's going to be a complete product, you know, we can have that in our mind and we can split the contribution of each and every subject, and we can take those simple contributions, we can split them up in our J components, and as a whole we can combine all these J components together to build a final product, rather than, you know, having a discrete set of projects which make no final, you know, which bring no final output. So this makes sense when you know, actually structure your J components in such a way that, you know, all put together, all these subjects J components put together, they can give you a final product, you know, industry ready product. You can go ahead, you know, market those products. So there is a possibility for that. So, you know, as students we should make sure that we we have a plan in mind. You know, in fact, as master students we should make sure that we have a plan in mind and we have a final goal as to where we'll have to, like, what is our final design product, whether we're going for a product or a research work, and we'll have to make sure that what are all the subjects involved in that particular project, and we'll have to make sure that we divide those parts during the coursework. In the meantime, you know, so that we can slowly get a start through the J components, and finally we can put all this together and give a complete set. You know, when it comes out good.
So you're learning step by step, and it promotes modularity, like breaking it
Yes,
down into
exactly.
different modules, right? So also for assignments, you have this thing where you need to do an online course, and that is your assignment. So how does that help you?
That's actually an add-on, I would say. That's not compulsory. So that's a freedom that the teachers give for the students. So wherein there is an option wherein you can take up various online courses offered by universities abroad. So there's one such university, Hong Kong University. So it's one of the top universities in the world. So all these courses come through a platform called edX. So I did my online course through edX, and so what happens here is you get to do a course. You know, it's actually a complete course. You have assessments again for the online course. You have lab components in the online course. So you'll have to go through all this exposure, and all this comes again under the course in VIT. So you get to do a course within a course. So it's a double benefit. At the same time, you get evaluated for that, and you're marked, you know, for the assignments. You get to learn more through the assignments.
So the learning is a lot more extensive as well as inclusive at the same time. Right. So that was all from MTech Communication Engineering. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have here with me BTech Biomedical. Could you please introduce yourselves?
Hi, my name is Miriam.
Hi, my name is Kashish.
Hi, my name is Christopher Raphael.
Hi, I'm Rohit.
Alright, so I got to know that you guys had this series called Alumni Guest Lecture Series. So how did that help you in getting to know how biomedical actually works after you finish your course?
Okay, so for us, one part of CAL is guest lectures. So for one of these guest lectures, we had an alumni from VIT coming, and why this was really helpful was because they were in our position and our place, so we can relate to them very easily. And so she spoke about what to do after BTech. Like for us, we're unaware of what to do after for this course. So she spoke about what she's doing in Johns Hopkins University, and this sort of inspired us and motivated us to explore these kind of fields and what to do after this.
So it is good to hear from someone who's been through what you are going through, right? So how do you think CAL has helped you in making your resume even better?
The thing that happens a lot is in a lot of colleges, the engineering students end up just doing one project in their whole year.
Right.
So the point of projects is that it helps you understand like what the industry expects and all that, right? So because of CAL, you end up doing at least 3 to 4 projects a semester. So by the end of our 4 years, we'll have a large variety of projects in almost every field. So that way, it gives us exposure and it helps us understand like what we're actually interested in. So it sets us apart from the rest of the colleges because we get something that others don't.
Right. So you have much more experience than the others, and that's why you're a step ahead.
Yeah.
All right. So, what do you think about the makeathons, ideathons, and the workshops which keep happening?
Okay, so recently we had an ideathon which was conducted by the Digital Signal Processing Department. So the basic concept was to come up with a solution for the existing real-world problems. So this definitely pushed us to our limits because we were forced to explore the fields of digital signal processing as well as image processing and come up with, efficient and affordable solutions for real-world problems. So it definitely helped us tackle the problems in a industry sort of approach, in an industrial approach. And we also had a telemedicine workshop which was organized by the Telemedicine Society of India. So that definitely helped us because they showed us how we could deliver healthcare to remote locations. And we also had guest lectures from scientists from different organizations. So that again helped us a lot.
So you get to know about the current industrial scenario and what is going on.
Yes,
so you
exactly.
prepare accordingly.
Yes, exactly.
So biomedical is a multidisciplinary subject. So how do you think CAL promotes that?
Okay, that's a really relevant question nowadays because in the current industry, the people want people who are more multidisciplinary rather than interdisciplinary. So biomedical is the actually application of engineering concepts and designs to medicine and biology. So 10 years ago, nobody would have ever thought that engineering and medicine would go hand in hand. But nowadays, engineering has become an integral part of medicine. Now, if you take non-CAL system courses, they just concentrate on their own subjects. Like if they have electronics, like EMG machine or EEG machine, they just concentrate on that. But here in CAL system, it's not like that. We learn the basics of entire electronics. Okay. For example, right now, me and my friend is doing a research paper on mechanical and engineering. So without CAL courses, I wouldn't know anything about mechanical courses and programming. So I wouldn't be able to do such a research program. So CAL has helped us a lot in that subject.
So CAL basically promotes holistic learning and you can actually get to know a lot more apart from your syllabus.
Yes, exactly.
Right? So that was BTech Biomedical. Thank you so much. I have here with me MTech Sensors and System Technology. Could you please introduce yourselves?
This is Satish Kumar from Sensor System Technology.
I'm Helen Bivara from Sensor System Technology.
I'm Konika Pimprapure from Sensor System Technology.
Alright, so all of you have been having guest lectures regularly. So how do you think it helps you in identifying your areas of interest which you want to pursue later in your life?
We are always doing that practical theory studies. We are not covering the practical knowledge that much. If we are having guest lectures from the industrial person, means it will be more helpful to understand the real-time applications, what they are doing, how they are implementing that codings and all in real-time application, and it will be very useful to grasp that things.
All right. And what about your projects? How does it involve in better interaction of students and teachers?
And for projects, in my BTech, I'm not having any this kind of J component projects and all, but in my MTech, I'm having this J component. It is very useful to give my innovation, whatever I have innovative ideas and thoughts, I will apply that innovative ideas in my J component in my project, and it will be more useful if I am doing any J component as a product. Means in future I will do that as a product. I will apply for patent and I will get into a business using my J component. It is very useful to us.
All right. And how do you think CAL system has actually helped you in doing different projects and also involving the interaction between yourselves and the teachers? And how is it basically different from BTech, what you've done?
Yeah, so in BTech we did not have so much exposure to the projects which we are doing.
Right.
In CAL system, apart from the normal lectures and lab tasks, we also have the J components, assignments, and industry exposure from the outside. The people from industry will come and they will they will deliver lecture on the contemporary issues which are faced by the industry. So from that we can get the idea of the problems faced by the industry. We can take the projects depending on that, and as he mentioned, we can apply, we can continue some research in that or apply for patents. And so the exposure is important, and also the through cal system and like the projects in the J component, we will come to know where our interest, in which particular field or interest lies.
All right, so the projects have helped you immensely. What about the actual, like, how much are you working, like how much effort are you putting in, how much are you thinking out of the box? How does that help in cal system?
Actually, cal system help us to think out of the box, because teachers also guide us to think out of the box. We don't stick on to some particular idea. We just think out of we thought of bringing up new innovations which help us to think of out of the box, which teachers also help us in doing it. Like that, it helps us in many ways.
So it promotes the teacher-student interaction and the relationship as well. And also
so
helps
we interact with teacher every time.
Right. And you can identify your areas of interest as to what project you want to pursue further. Right.
Yes.
So that was MTech Sensor System Technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have here with me MTech Embedded System students. Could you please introduce yourselves?
Hi, my name is Pallavi Sudhir Gulamani and I'm from Maharashtra, and I'm here for MTech Embedded Systems.
Hi, I am E. Kiran Mahesh and I am from School of Science. I am from MTech Embedded Systems.
Hi, I'm Aishwarya. I am from Embedded Systems.
Alright, so I've heard that in embedded systems you have lab only courses. So how are they different from the other courses, and how do they actually help you?
The main difference is you don't have any theory, so like no stress in terms of exam, and like in lab exams also not there, so you can really concentrate on the projects, and in practical way you can concentrate, so it like stress free and you can learn more. That's the main point.
Alright, so it basically focuses more on learning than giving exams.
Yeah.
Right. And what do you think about poster presentations, both inter and intra campus? Has CAL helped in any way?
Yeah, actually for every module, every course that we take up, we have every J component. So for every J component, and we are making every paper on every J component. So that it's not a paper like ordinary paper we are doing. We are doing on the IEEE format. So we are doing on different IEEE formats, so that for every poster, if they give the format, we in prayer we'll be ready with our own format. So in such a way that we will be good in that practicing the things, alignment, easily we can easily edit that. So compared to other participants, we will be ready with our set of inputs, so that we can deliver more. So that preparation time will be less by us, so that we can concentrate on more on preparing stuff than other theoretical stuff. Then we can give a presentation good.
Right. So you guys are MTech students and you're almost ready to go into the industry. So how do you think CAL is actually making you prepared for the industry, for what is to come? How does it help you to deal with real-time scenarios?
If I take my core subjects, I have every core subject with theory, lab, and J component.
Right.
So whatever they're teaching in theory class, every lecture is updated. They are giving the updated knowledge. And even we have industry guest lectures. Even they are giving the updated things what happening in industry. Right. So we are just learning that things in theory. Whenever we get a free time in labs, we'll go to the lab and we'll execute that type of programs related to that real-time problems. And even we have a J component. So we can, if I have the more knowledge on the theoretical stuff and I know what I'm doing in my lab, so I can choose as the topic as my J component. So I can succeed myself. So in my resume, I can powerfully line that I'm implemented so many projects which comes the real-time process what currently the industry is doing like.
Right.
So in that way, I will be helpful.
Right. So due to CAL, you are able to identify your area of interest so that you can pursue it later as a career.
Yeah.
Right. So how do you think does CAL help in holistic development, overall development of a student?
See, CAL basically, in the CAL curriculum, we have to do projects, many projects.
Right.
In the projects, we have to form teams. You can't have a project like standalone project also you can do, but most of the people do it as a group project. So and we don't do it like sitting at home or sitting at the hostel room or something. We usually sit in the library or lab, and there we can interact with other students on what they are working on. So peer-to-peer interaction basically increased. And the thing is, we came here as an MTech student. We are here only for 1 year. Before coming here, we didn't know many people around here. So because of those interactions, we got to know many other peoples, and we actually found some really good friends. And along with that, the group members, as the group members, as we didn't know like how the people are, we had to choose the group members randomly. So like even there are some groups where the people didn't actually like each other, but they have to be there, like they have to do that project, they have to finish that project for 6 months, so they have to work together for 6 months. So that actually increased our tolerance level and our interaction with other people, like understanding other people's point of views. So yeah, that will really help in the industry, because in industry this is what going to happen. We'll be thrown into some random teams and we have to adjust with them and we have to work with them. Being professionally, even if you don't like them on the personal level. So this helped because of like this exposure we got because of CAL.
Right. So apart from helping you academically, it also helps in growing other skills such as how to manage time and work as a team. Right. So there are a lot of benefits of CAL system, as we see from both the MTech and BTech students. So that was MTech Embedded Systems for you. Thank you so much. So as we saw from the feedback from various students from BTech and MTech, that CAL is actually helping them a lot, and there are innumerable benefits of the CAL system. They are not only developing academically, but also they know how to talk to other people and interact with them. So they know they're ready for industries and they're actually ready to go out into the real world and solve some real-time problems. So that was the CAL feedback session for all of you. This was RJ Srijani from VIT Community Radio 90.8 FM. Thank you.
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மற்றும் விஐடி சமுதாய வானொலி இணைந்து வழங்கும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தி.
வணக்கம் நேயர்களே, இது உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 விஐடியின் சமுதாய வானொலி. தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தியில நான் உங்கள் திவ்யநேகா,
மதுமித்ரா,
காயத்ரி,
மாலினி,
சஷாந்த்,
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவர்கள். இன்னைக்கு நாம விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில இருக்கும் புதிய திட்டத்தை பற்றிய சுவாரஸ்யமான கலந்துரையாடலை கேட்போம். இடம்: உள்ளூர் சந்தையில் 2 இயற்கை விவசாயிகளுக்கு நடக்கும் உரையாடல்.
என்ன கலா இந்த பக்கம் பார்த்தே ரொம்ப நாள் ஆச்சு.
அது ஒன்றும் இல்லை சீதாக்கா, எங்கள் தோட்டத்து மாம்பழத்தை வெளி மார்க்கெட்டுக்கு வண்டி ஏற்றி விட்டு காய்கறி வாங்கலாமேன்னு சந்தைக்கு வந்தேன். ஆமாம், நீங்கள் ஏன் உங்கள் மாம்பழத்தை எடுத்துட்டு இங்கே வந்திருக்கீங்க?
நானே உன்கிட்ட சொல்லான்னு தான் இருந்தேன். மகசூல் அதிகமாக வர ஆசைப்பட்டு உயிர் உரத்தை நிறைய வாங்கி போட்டேன். ஆனால் கடைசியில் பூவெல்லாம் கருகி மகசூலே வராமல் போயிடுச்சு. ஏதோ மிச்சம் இருக்க இந்த மாம்பழத்தை எடுத்துட்டு வந்த விலைக்கே வித்துட்டு போலான்னு வந்திருக்கேன்.
அட என்னக்கா இப்படி சொல்கிற? நானும் தான் உயிர் உரத்தை போட்டேன், ஆனால் எனக்கு நிறைய மகசூல் வந்திருக்கே, உங்களுக்கு மட்டும் ஏன் வரல?
என்னடி சொல்கிற? என் நிலமும் உன் நிலமும் பக்கத்து பக்கத்தில் தான் இருக்குது. உன் நிலத்தில் இருக்க அதே மண்ணு தான் என் நிலத்துலையும் இருக்குது. அப்புறம் ஏன் எனக்கு மட்டும் இப்படி நடக்குது?
சரி விடுக்கா, நம்மள மாதிரி இயற்கை விவசாயிகளுக்கு இது மாதிரி அடி அப்பப்போ விழ தான் செய்யும். அடுத்த முறை பார்த்துக்கலாம், விடுங்க.
அதே சந்தையில் விவசாயம் தொடர்பான சந்தை கணக்கெடுப்பதற்காக வந்த வேளாண் துறை மாணவி செல்வி இந்த உரையாடலை கேட்கிறாள்.
வணக்கங்க, என் பேர் செல்வி. நான் விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவி. நீங்கள் 2 பேரும் பேசிட்டு இருந்ததை கேட்டுட்டு தான் இருந்தேன். உங்களை மாதிரி விவசாயிகளுக்கு இருக்க பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு பண்ணி தீர்வு கொடுக்க தான் எங்கள் விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில் ஒரு புதிய திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்திருக்கோம். அந்த திட்டம் மூலயமா உங்களுக்கு தேவையான தீர்வை கொடுக்க முடியும்னு நம்புகிறேன்.
என்னம்மா சொல்கிற? இத்தனை வருஷமாக விவசாயம் பண்ணுற எங்களுக்கே இது என்ன பிரச்சனை தெரியலம்மா. நீ இப்போதான் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்க, நீ எப்படிம்மா எங்களோட பிரச்சனைக்கு தீர்வை கொடுக்க முடியும்?
நீங்கள் சொல்கிறதும் சரிதாம்மா. ஆனால் எங்கள் ஆசிரியர்கள்லாம் அவங்க துறையில் வல்லுநர்களாக இருக்காங்க. நான் உங்கள் பிரச்சனையை அவங்கக்கிட்ட எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் சொல்லி அவங்க சொல்கிற தீர்வை உங்ககிட்ட வந்து சொல்லுவேன்.
அப்படியா? இது ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கே. அப்போது நான் என் நிலத்தில் இருக்க பிரச்சனைலாம் சொன்னால் எனக்கு உடனே தீர்வு வந்துடுமா?
ஆமாம்மா, அதிகபட்சம் 2 நாளில் சொல்லிடுவாங்க. அப்படி அவங்களுக்கு தெரியலன்னா அவங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச மற்ற விவசாய விஞ்ஞானிகள் கிட்ட கேட்டு அவங்க தீர்வை சொல்லுவாங்க.
சரி சரி, அப்போது என் நிலத்தில் நான் என்னெல்லாம் பண்ணுறேன், என்ன பிரச்சனைலாம் இருக்குன்னு சொல்கிறேன், எழுதிக்கோமா.
பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் மாணவி செல்விக்கும் அவளுடைய ஆசிரியருக்கும் இடையே நடக்கும் உரையாடல்.
வணக்கம் சார்.
சொல்லுங்க செல்வி, நான் உங்களை விவசாயிகளை சந்திச்சு அவங்களோட பிரச்சனைகளை கேட்க சொல்லியிருந்தேனே, கேட்டிங்களா?
அதை பற்றி தான் சார் பேச வந்தேன். நான் நேற்று சந்தைக்கு போயிருந்தப்போ 2 இயற்கை விவசாயிகளை சந்தித்தேன். அவங்க 2 பேருமே இயற்கை முறையில் மாந்தோப்பு பராமரிக்கிறாங்க. அதில் ஒருத்தருக்கு மகசூல் அதிகமாக வந்திருக்கு, இன்னொருத்தருக்கு கம்மியாக வந்திருக்கு.
அப்படியா செல்வி? அவங்க நிலத்துல என்ன பயன்படுத்துகிறாங்கன்னு கேட்டிங்களா? அவங்களோட பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் விசாரிச்சிங்களா?
சார், நான் எல்லாத்தையுமே தெளிவாக கேட்டு எழுதிட்டு வந்திருக்கேன்.
எங்க கொடுங்க பார்ப்போம்.
இந்தாங்க சார்.
பூ கருகிருக்குன்னு போட்டிருக்கு, தண்ணி கரெக்டாக இருக்குது, பூச்சியோ நோய் தாக்கலோ இல்லை. அப்படி பார்த்தா இது அநேகமாக பொட்டாசியம் அப்படி இல்லைன்னா நைட்ரஜன் அளவு அதிகமானதுனால வந்திருக்கலாம். எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் டைம் கொடுமா, நான் என்னன்னு பார்த்துட்டு நாளைக்கு உனக்கு தீர்வை சொல்கிறேன்.
சரிங்க சார்.
மறுநாள் ஆசிரியர் மாணவியிடம் விளக்கத்தை கொடுத்தார்.
செல்வி, நீ கொடுத்த விவரத்தெல்லாம் பார்த்தம்மா. நிலத்துல நைட்ரஜன் சத்து அதிகமானதுனால பூ கருகிருக்கு. நான் இந்த நோட்டில் விவரமாக எழுதியிருக்கேன், நீ படித்து அவங்களுக்கு புரிய வச்சிடுமா.
சரிங்க சார், நான் அவங்கள பார்த்து சொல்லிடுறேன்.
பின் மாணவி இயற்கை விவசாயியான சீதாவை சந்தித்தாள்.
வாமா செல்வி, நான் என் பிரச்சனைலாம் சொன்னனே, இதெல்லாம் தகவல் தெரிஞ்சுச்சா?
நானும் எங்கள் சார் கிட்ட போய் இது எல்லாத்தையும் சொன்னேன். அவரும் சில குறிப்புகள்லாம் கொடுத்துருக்காரு. அதை உங்ககிட்ட சொல்லலான் தான் வந்தேன். முதல்ல நீங்கள் என்ன தெரிஞ்சுக்கணுன்னா, ஒரே ஊரில் இருந்தாலும் வயலுக்கு வயல் மண்ணோட தன்மை மாறும். அதனால் 3 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை மண் பரிசோதனை செஞ்சு பார்க்கணும். நீங்கள் உயிர் உரம் போடும்போது அது கூட ஜீவாமிர்தத்தையும் சேர்த்து போட்டிருக்கீங்க. அதனால தான் நைட்ரஜனோட அளவு அதிகமாகி பூவெல்லாம் கருகிருக்கு.
ஓ, இதில் இவ்வளோ விஷயம் இருக்கா? இதுக்கப்புறம் நான் கவனமாக இருக்கேம்மா. அப்படியே இந்த விஷயத்த அந்த கலாக்கிட்டையும் சொல்லி வைக்கிறேன். அப்போ தான் அவளும் முன்னெச்சரிக்கையாக இருப்பா.
இந்தாங்க என் நம்பர். வருங்காலத்தில் உங்களுக்கு எதனா பிரச்சனை இருந்துச்சுன்னா என்கிட்ட சொல்லுங்கள், நான் இதே மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு உதவுறேன்.
நம்ம விஐடி வேளாண் துறையில் விவசாயிகள் இணைப்பு திட்டம், அதாவது ஃபார்மர்ஸ் அட்டாச்மெண்ட் ப்ரோக்ராம் மூலமாக ஒவ்வொரு வேளாண் மாணவர்களையும் சீதா மாதிரி இருக்கிற விவசாயிகள் கூட இணைக்கும் போது கள பிரச்சனைகளை பற்றி மாணவர்களுக்கு விழிப்புணர்வு ஏற்படுது மற்றும் விவசாயிகளுக்கும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்குது. இந்த இருவழி கற்றல் திட்டத்தில் விவசாயிகளை ஆசிரியர்களாகவும் விஐடி வேளாண் துறை அங்கீகரிக்குது. மீண்டும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தியில் நாளை சந்திப்போம். நான் உங்கள் திவ்யநேகா,
மதுமித்ரா,
காயத்ரி,
மாலினி,
சஷாந்த்,
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மாணவர்கள். இது உங்கள் விஐடி பண்பலை 90.8 விஐடியின் சமுதாய வானொலி.
விவசாயி விவசாயி கடவுள் என்னும் முதலாளி கண்டெடுத்த
விஐடி வேளாண் துறை மற்றும் விஐடி சமுதாய வானொலி இணைந்து வழங்கும் தினம் ஒரு வேளாண் செய்தி.
It's story time. In VIT Community Radio 90.8, you are going to listen to a short story written and narrated by Professor Pranesh Kumar, VIT University.
Title of the story: Padma. A land traditionally endued with myths and spirituality, India still pertains to its belief and notions, which sometimes are ridiculed as superstitious. Fortune tellers, tantris and sannyasis are welcomed, and their service is sought by an ordinary man, irrespective of whether he is an urban or rural dweller. The beginning of 1980s was a period in South India, especially in South Tamil Nadu, when most of the homes in villages were electrified, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. While some claim that light enlightened people, there are also notions that it wiped away the innocence of the ordinary. The hero of the story, Raghav, was employed in the electricity board. He was looked upon with great wonder and respect. People spoke to him rarely. It must be the fear factor or respect that made the villagers shy away from Raghav. Raghav was in his 40s. He had a fearful appearance with a huge imperialistic mustache, reddish eyes, and a gigantic figure which would scare away children. It was 6:30 p.m. Raghav rushed to the tea shop close to the Panchayat office. Mohan and Aji were waiting there for his arrival. In the dim light, Raghav could rightly locate them from a few meters away with the illuminated cigarettes on their lips. The silence of the eve was beautiful, with a movie song from the Tamil movie 16 Vayadinile that was ascending from the tea shop radio. The atmosphere was disturbed in intervals by a scratch noise. Probably it's the tea shop owner cleaning his vessels. Raghav, Mohan and Aji were friends right from their childhood days. Mohan and Aji were unemployed but survived on the income from their ancestral property. Among them, Mohan was the youngest. He differed from his friends, wearing a bell-bottomed pant and with a peculiar hairstyle that was trendy among youths of the time. Coming close to his friends, Raghav stopped, got on from the cycle and flipped down the stand, leaving it to rest. Aji offered a cigarette to Raghav. Before placing it between his lips, Mohan lighted it for Raghav with his own. The conversation began immediately after Raghav had 2 strong puffs of the dry tobacco roll. Aji, shall we proceed with it? Raghav, with what? Removing the cigarettes from his mouth. Mohan, Should we narrate it again? Don't you remember the plan that we told you yesterday? Raghav. But I told you that I have very little knowledge about mantras. Did I not? Aji. So you are the right person. You have the little knowledge that we need. After giving a deep thought, Raghav replied. Raghav. Okay then, let's give a try. But only if you support me. Both the friends cheered as they were waiting for this word from Raghav. As it used to be, a wealthy landlord of the nearby village had a beautiful daughter. The fairy girl was possessed by the evil spirit Rektarashas, a bloodthirsty evil spirit. The landlord was much worried since it was the time when he was almost successful in fixing a bridegroom for his daughter Padma. Padma was then alienated. She sat at the corner of a dark room, staring at the window with wet eyes. She expressed a peculiar symptom. No one in the house went close to her. If that happened, she bit her own flesh to suck blood, thus scaring away others. Prayers and special pujas with offerings to the local deities were made. Kalam puja during midnight and all other means were tried but in vain. The distressed landlord promised a lump sum of 5,000 rupees for any tantri who would ward off the Rektarashas from his daughter. 5,000 rupees was a lump sum then. The secret news of Padma spread throughout the village. Everyone knew of this, but none dared to discuss about it in public. Aji's father Nadraj, the prominent matchmaker of the village, brought home the story of Padma. Nadraj was the matchmaker for Padma. When the story of the Rektarashas reached the three friends through Aji, they discussed the issue. The bone of content of the discussion was not Padma, but the 5,000 rupees. Three friends were in dire need of money. Mohan needed money to buy a new tape recorder. Raghav was aiming for a motorbike, and Aji wanted to buy a costly gift to impress his lady love. Aji said, merely dreaming about the lump sum will give us absolutely no result. How do we grab it? Mohan. Raghav's grandfather was a well-known Vaidyar and a Tantri. He was also an expert in warding off evil spirits. Raghav. Oh, that old man. It's all gone with him. Aji. Gone? No. It still exists in you. Raghav. Me? Aji. Yes, you. My dad often recalls your grandfather and concludes that Raghav resembles his grandfather in every minute detail. Raghav. But that's not all. Mohan. I have several experiences of witnessing tantris warding off evil spirits from people. It's an easy task. They chant and murmur mantras, and the major part would be beating the victim till he obeys his orders. If that's easy for you, why don't you? Before Raghav could complete, Aji interrupted. Aji, the appearance, that's your ancestral gift. Raghav. Okay, even if I accept it, imagine what would happen if the evil spirit pounces on me. Mohan. Raghav, na? Wasn't it you who preached us Periyar thoughts and rational thinking? And now it's time to prove your dedication to Tandai Periyar. The conversation came to a halt. All the three lighted their cigarettes, which they shared from the same pack. Before departing, Raghav promised his friends that he would give a reply the next day evening. That night, Raghav could continuously listen to the hooting sound of an owl, for he with the owl had a sleepless night. The search for his grandfather's personal records in the old granary began early in the morning before his wife woke up. A few worn-out, hardly readable palm leaf inscriptions were the only record, but he could find a little solace in it. He decided not to back off the challenge. Soon, the news about the arrival of an expert tantri was sent to the landlord with a detailed list of the puja materials. Aji acted as a messenger between the tantri and the landlord. A Paurnami, full moon day Friday, was fixed for the puja. Raghav dressed himself in such a manner that his true identity will not be revealed. The three boarded a bus to a particular destination in the village, from where they were fetched by the landlord's car. The driver of the car bowed before Raghav as a sign of respect. This made Mohan and Aji breathe a sigh of relief, but Raghav's heart was pounding heavily. Before descending from the car, Raghav closed his eyes for a few seconds and pretended as if he is drawing energy. In reality, he prayed to his long-dead grandfather seeking guidance. The landlord and his wife warmly welcomed Raghav to their home. Seated majestically, Raghav uttered, I could feel the presence of an evil as soon as I stepped into your home. She has posed a challenge to me. Don't worry, I'll take her away with me. Meanwhile, Mohan and Aji were busy in the backyard creating the ambience for the puja, which was scheduled to begin soon. Raghav was taken to the isolated room where Padma was held captive. As soon as he stepped in, the light was switched on by the landlord. Raghav's red eyes opened widely and he fixed his gaze on Padma, who was seated on the floor in a corner. Padma did not react immediately at the presence of Raghav, Probably because she had had enough experience with tantris quite often by then. Raghav's eyes were still set strong on Padma. Actually, he was stunned by the unblemished beauty of Padma, a beauty that makes one speechless. When Raghav moved close to her, she screamed violently, and in the peak of her fits, she bit her arm close to the elbow along with her garment. Immediately, blood gushed from her mouth and arm. Seeing this, Raghav was taken aback, but did not react. Padma now fainted and threw herself on the floor. She wore a half sari. The visible portions of her body showed red scars, which must have been the result of the beatings she received from the earlier tantris. She lay down like a white hibiscus with red marks. Coming back, Raghav sat before the holy fire and started chanting few mantras as tantris do. He wore a red-colored dhoti and tied a red-colored scarf around his forehead. Flowers and herbs were dropped into the sacred fire with closed eyes and lip chanting mantras. It was midnight. The landlord and his wife witnessed the scene with utmost dedication. After a few minutes, Raghav ordered Aji and Mohan to bring Padma. They both disappeared into the house. Soon a scream was heard. The noise increased as Padma was brought to the backyard. She was screaming violently, trying to free herself from the clutches of the two. The highest form of compassion and concern was expressive on the face of Padma's mother. Padma sat helplessly staring at the fire. The blood stains on her face were now clearly visible through the flames. After a few moments, Raghav stretched his arm towards Aji to get a stick from him. Standing up, Raghav started beating Padma violently. Padma did not react. She sat still. No one would ever dare to harm such an innocent beauty. It was as if beating a tender baby for no reason. Probably this feeling must have stopped Raghav from proceeding further. With his reddish burning eyes, he looked ferociously at Aji and handed the stick to him, cueing him to continue with beating. While Aji continued, Raghav shouted, "Will you leave this body?" For which Padma gave a loud cry, "No." Not able to witness the scene, Padma's mother left the place with panic, followed by her father. Second expanded to minutes, and minutes to hours. In another couple of hours it would be dawn. The voice of Padma became faint. She hardly opened her mouth, but shook her head rhythmically to convey the message, "No, no." Padma was wet with sweat and blood. She lay down like a wet flag on the roadside, unattended by party cadres after a meeting. Now Padma was partially dragged to her room. After leaving her alone, the three looked at each other. Raghav gave a tight-lipped expression and nodded his head to admit his failure. He rubbed the kumkum from his forehead and descended down the stairs. He sat on the first step. After giving a second thought, Raghav took a piece of electric wire which was lying on the floor and rushed towards Padma. Padma was cornered. Holding the folded wire in his arm, he raised it to beat Padma, but to his shock, she grabbed his feet, fell on it and pleaded. She cried with a sweet voice, "Please, leave me." Raghav was moved. Raghav closely watched her lips for more words. She paused. A drop of water would fall from a melting ice only when the required amount gets collected. Now the drop fell. "I am normal. I don't have any illness," Padma said in a soft voice. Raghav, "But you?" "Padma, can you help me?" Before Raghav could give an answer, Padma continued, "I am in love with my cousin, but our families are not in good terms. My parents will never accept him as my pair. If I reveal it, Chandran may be in trouble. He is serving in the Indian army. He'll be back by the end of this month. I have to wait just for 15 days more to postpone this marriage that my parents have arranged for me." "Raghav, you tortured yourself by biting?" Raghav paused when Padma took out few packets of kumkum hidden under her garment. That was the secret behind their blood-sucking act. Raghav was stunned. Padma continued, "I know you're not a tantri." Hearing this, Raghav touched his face and dress with his fingers to make sure if his makeup hasn't deceived him. "You never uttered a correct mantra." Raghav expressed a surrendered look of a child in front of his mother. Padma continued, "My parents will not let me out of the house." Those were the days when women were denied freedom to move about, especially after the marriage is being fixed. In most of the communities, women did not have any freedom in choosing their life partners too. It was considered wrong for a woman to express her opinion about the choice of her parents. Some women considered that pretension of being possessed by an evil spirit was the only way by which they could get an outlet to express their views. Whatever she uttered in this form was considered as a word of the spirit which possessed her. Padma was one such victim. Raghav was deeply moved by the depth of love that Padma had for Chandran. She had withstood all the humiliations of the Tantri for her love. Padma carefully stood up, stretched her hand towards the picture of goddess Lakshmi, and took a piece of paper which was hidden behind it. She carefully handed the paper to Raghav. "Can you inform Chandran that my parents are busy in getting me married to another man, please?" Raghav took the paper and looked into the contact details. Nodding his head as a sign of acceptance, he moved out. Just as he stepped out of the room, he could hear the murmuring sound of his friends outside. Then something struck him. He swiftly turned back to Padma. Holding the paper in one arm and the other arm holding the door, Raghav uttered to Padma in a feeble sound, "Can you do us a favor?" Padma looked at Raghav with an expression that signaled proceed. "Raghav, I assure you that we will unite you with Chandran. But till then, can you stop this self-punishing at least for our sake?" Hearing this, like streams of water in a dry place, Padma's lips started to smile after a long time. "Padma, don't worry, you will get your reward." The word was kept. Years passed, and today Padma and Chandran are happy with their children and grandchildren. Today, as the opinion of women is being sought by their parents for all the factors that concern their life, the cases of women possessed by evil spirit in the society has declined.
Dear listeners, you had listened to a short story written and narrated by Professor Pranesh Kumar, VIT University, in VIT Community Radio 90.8.
மகிழ்ச்சி நிறைந்த அறிவு சார்ந்த நிகழ்ச்சிகளால் உங்கள் மனங்களை கவர்ந்த இன்றைய ஒளிபரப்பு இனிதே நிறைவு பெறுகிறது. மீண்டும் எமது அடுத்த ஒளிபரப்பு நாளை காலை 9 மணிக்கு 90.8 பண்பலை அலைவரிசையில் ஆரம்பமாகும். VIT பண்பலை 90.8 நேயர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி, வணக்கம்.